Stardate 55202. The Orion Syndicate black market plot has been foiled at DSE. Two captured Starfleet craft under suspect orders, and only the sensor record of an undocumented Dederadex-class warbird broadcasting Starfleet transponder codes. Hundreds of detainees slowly are being processed by the combined efforts of the Tiger Squadron Intelligence Officer, Lieutenant Commander Varder, and the command weight and influence of Admiral Haggard. Messages to Starfleet Command and Starfleet Security are numerous and encrypted as the investigation delves into the heart of the conspiracy. Over Shosku Prime, Lieutenant Commander Myth is called back to her duties as CO of the USS Maxwell Planck as her away team continues their investigation of a mysterious ruin and revealed more than pottery and lost artworks. Preliminary scans suggesting time dilation computing technologies, similar to that of the United Federation of Planets, and a power source that is growing in intensity deep below the stone and dirt of the irradiated world. The away team called Maxwell Planck for urgent support and assistance to speed the investigation of the ruin before whatever is resting below escalates any further. At Wudra 3, the Federation diplomat Bedris Bonsab has been captured by Woohoo political opposition on the capital world to Fleet Captain Grennan's efforts to wage peace between the Woohoo and Chigoan peoples. In no uncertain terms, his presence has been demanded at a certain location in exchange for the return of his diplomatic attaché. For all the efforts of Fleet Captain Grennan, Captain Pend, and Lieutenant Commander Efrix, MD, their ceremonies of diplomacy and reason may all be drowned in a single day by impassioned yet powerful few. For all the care of the 10th Expeditionary Fleet, a single android may be the only one to find a key to end the madness, or set back the entire mission of Tiger Squadron back by well over a year. To worsen matters, battles elsewhere within Federation space shall call upon Tiger Squad in distress against incredible foes.
Dun, dun, dun.
Last time on Star Trek Kismet. That's fun.
To the plank. Haggard's not there. Shoot.
Very well, Admiral. Close comms.
So, the Maxwell Planck is already undocked from DSE and is moving into high orbit of the planet. 1 second, I'll be right back.
Well, that was a quick session.
Sounds like a video. Yeah, right?
You're not wrong.
These nuts have too many almonds.
Oh no.
Like, I don't dislike almonds. It's just like half almonds.
And I'm back. So yes, you Maxwell Planck is moving from DSE to Shosku 1 or Shosku Prime and is moving into high orbit.
Establish live contact with the away team. Let's see what their situation is on the surface.
Give me a star crew roll, or if the captain wishes to do it herself, it is a control engineering task, difficulty of 2, assisted by the Planck's communications engineering. The irradiated atmosphere is making communication a little tricky, but not impossible. Just annoying.
Planck crew roll. And Starship task roll. There we go.
Channel open, Captain.
This is the Maxwell Planck to away team. Do you read me? Over. I say over.
And to here, Maxwell Plank. Sorry about the interference. The storms around here are a little thick today.
We've been able to compensate, Ensign. What is the status of your team?
We've currently revealed some sort of entrance. We sent some of the scans up, but it's hard to scan through the material. Whatever it is, it seems to be of some alloy that our scanners are having a hard time penetrating through. We've tried to clear more surrounding material, and we were going to continue to just drill around the hole, the aperture, and try to find some other weak point. However, we have detected some sort of internal fusion reaction and the appearance of some computing power and mild chronoton activity, indicating some sort of time dilation computing system. That is to say, a computer core equivalent to what the Planck itself would have. Although what's powering it, why we didn't sense it before, I'm not sure.
Indeed. I'll assemble a team of specialists to meet you down on the surface.
We have some pylons set up down here already near the work site. Let us know when you're coming down, Captain.
Very good. Maxwell Plank out.
Dorja kind of looks over. Both the Andromeda and us, I believe the Kismet, all of us have scanned this planet multiple times. There was the initial survey team. No sign of this ruin before.
Indeed. It must have either been heavily shielded, inactive, or, most disturbingly, not present during previous scans. I believe this matter could warrant my direct attention, so I will accompany the team down to the surface. Lieutenant Dorja, you have the bridge.
He nods.
With that, I'll walk into my office and assemble a team, including, material specialists, a computing specialist, probably a couple more specialized archaeologists, because, this is the thing we do.
Are there any support characters you wish to bring along with you? Given that you have a team ahead of you, you will have the persistent advantage that without any cost, because you've had plenty of time to set it up, of a archaeological team. So you're bringing, and you'll be bringing some. You'll be telling others to come down on like a second pad, like, hey, more people come down.
Let's see.
The trick is a lot of your support characters are so spread out.
Yeah, I'm saying there aren't that many support characters who are actually assigned to the Plank right now.
You could pull anyone who would normally be assigned to the Peltus or the DSE.
Yeah. I think I will pull in. Hope. Looking at which security we have on DSE.
No one dedicated. Wright's been mainly calling for Varder
No,
to help her with
we
stuff.
had people assigned to DSE.
Yego is on DSE. She's a con officer, but she does have focuses in things like temporal.
Oh.
I know Dreth was Ankino. Was it Dreth and Kino?
Yeah.
I think I'll grab Dreth off of DSE.
I know Vesh is on the Peltust.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
So you're gonna grab. I just put those people on. So there's him. There's her. And who was the third? Sorry.
I don't have a third right now, actually.
Okay.
Just got Dreth and then possibility of getting Vesh off of DSE as well.
Oh, Vesh.
No,
okay, then.
Vesh was on
Peltist.
the Paltist.
But you could take it, yeah.
All right.
Because Peltis
Yeah,
basically is sitting still, processing all the prisoners from the ships.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I only said Diego because she has the focuses of temporal theory. So it's something that may
Yeah.
come up at some stage.
Fortunately, I also have temporal theory.
Well, there you go.
Yeah. So I
Gerbil.
think let's go with Gerbil and Dreth. We've got 2 other players. We've got 2 other support crew.
There we go.
A third one might volunteer to tag along in case the other person shows up.
That's fair. Yeah. Anyone got an idea for a third one?
Actually, we can put them in the archaeology team. He can choose who he wants.
Oh yeah, sounds good.
Like they could be just already there. Unless he wants to invent one right on the spot, because that's the thing you can do in SCA. You can totally just make
Yeah.
a support character out of nowhere.
Yep. You just have to, roll them up real quick.
Yeah.
That's
Were we going to
super
suggest there, Epic? Sorry about that.
Oh, I wasn't sure. Did we have somebody assigned from science to DSE?
quick. I think we have Wogie there.
That's what I thought. I know Abernathy got her belt rung on.
Yeah, Cecile's
Woodra.
also on the Kismet as well, so it's Wogie on DSE / not Kismet.
And just doing a quick check of my map. Yeah, I don't have Wogi over on the Woodra map. So
What does Woogie have as focuses? Temporal dynamics. That's good.
Hey,
whoops, I should indicate what type of crewman there. That's my bad.
there's
Crewman
always
first
Vada
class.
too.
There's
Now that
Vada.
she's not.
I prefer
Trans-
leaving some of my officers on board
Okay.
my ship,
That's fair.
No.
as opposed to every show in existence where all of the senior officers beam down on the away team.
Hey, Dorjo's not going down. He's sane.
Yeah, normally Myth wouldn't be going down either.
This is very interesting. To be fair.
Are you bringing
Very
along
interesting
any
and right up
extra
my wheelhouse.
equipment?
Ooh, equipment.
Oh gosh. Hang on.
Yeah,
Where's my science manual?
Yeah, I gotta pull up equipment real quick.
Everyone will either have to be wearing a EVA suit or be inoculated for radiation given the atmosphere. And they have to have some sort of breathing apparatus or EVA suit because the air is not clean.
Might be a good idea to do both.
Mm-hmm.
In case something happens
Would
to
both still
somebody's
fall
suit.
under necessary precautions?
You could have the minimum precaution would be a face mask and an ejection, and that's enough to be. That's what the archaeology team's doing because that's all they really need. EVA suit would get both, but that's if you expected the situation to escalate into
That's
more
also
into more
like-
hazard.
It has other complications with an EVA suit, though.
Yeah,
So
you
can
get
make-
bulky
Yeah.
and stuff.
Yeah. So I
EVA
think
suits
all-
are great in space.
Yeah.
Therefore.
I won't charge you for injection and breather because they're mission critical. Your crew would have already been prepping that before you even said anything. It's like, oh, that's the away mission going on. Well, you need them to even attempt to go down, so let's get that arranged.
Myth just puts on some heavier weather gear, I guess.
A captain's jacket, if you will.
Yeah.
Is there an equivalent of, say, a deep ground scanner, like, say, an ultrasonic scanner?
That one you can get for free. The archaeology team brought down oh no, they did not. They used the tricorders, and the thing they have down there is a mining phaser. That's different. Yeah.
Yeah, more scanning material definitely would be good then.
A deep scanning device. And I'm thinking something that's like a platform, like a big thing that's
Yeah.
really
Mhm.
powerful.
That's what I was thinking, like
Oh.
pulses, different waves to pick up different objects or stuff like that.
That will cost 1 opportunity or 1 threat.
Well, threat you get.
And Deep scanning.
I cannot find the tools.
Yeah, I'm looking.
There's in the science book, there's only the medical stuff in there. Science doesn't have any new
Oh,
gadgets.
really?
Most of the gadgets are in for science. All the science gadgets are in core. Any other new
No.
gadgets or engineering stuff in the operations book.
I don't have either of those. I only have the science book.
I'm thinking, could we get some
Oh, that's a lie.
rock
I do
climbing?
have the main book, but yeah, that's probably a good plan.
Because if we have to descend, we don't know what type of terrain it is.
Mm-hmm.
Thinking gear.
Some climbing equipment. Sounds good.
I
Okay,
don't look like Batman. That's fine.
I'll charge you another 1-up
Okay.
because it's useful. So it
There
should
we go.
cost you.
Equipment.
That's the easy thing with most equipment. Does it hurt anything? No, so it doesn't have escalation. Is it helpful? Yes, opportunity.
Mass spectrometry. Mass spectrometer is a device that can take sample of material, break down, and provide incredible amount of detail about the matter making it up. It's an opportunity 1 tool.
Might be
Grab it if you
useful.
want.
Yeah.
There's something that like stabilizes temporal phase so we don't accidentally get
Be
phased.
fine. We'll be fine.
In
That's probably-
essence, you can. It'd be a personal shield. Personal shields are what are basically what those
okay.
devices are. It's a personal shield that's been modulated to whatever the phenomena is. That's basically what Data did. He just had a field generator and just modified what it did.
It might be worth it.
I don't think the chronoton effects are severe enough.
Okay.
The chronoton effects are similar to what your own, like your cores and your chips have the same effect.
Okay.
It's basically to make computing faster than it would be otherwise physically possible.
Got it. Okay. So it's not like a wormhole or something.
Yeah, if you grabbed all the chronotons that your core gives off, you could maybe move forward a second. You know, it's a very minor amount.
All right, yeah. So the only tool I'm seeing here that seems applicable really is the
Mass
spectrometer,
spectrometer.
I mean, instead of paying for that, is it possible we can have that included a part of our deep scanning platform?
I'm giving the deep scanning platform. I'm basically treating it as a super tricorder. Like it's stronger than your handhelds are.
Mm-hmm.
But if you want, you can just leave the deep scanner alone and just trust your tricorders. Tricorders are pretty good. The deep scan is like it's like instead of it beaming out and trying to receive stuff, it's like no. Here's a single point in space that I want you to scan. I want you to scan as deep as you possibly can.
Mm-hmm.
Like it's a specialized archaeological tool.
Probably.
You can forego it if you want. It's definitely not mission critical.
I'll go for it.
Well, yeah, 'cause at least then we can find what we're scanning and then scan it better with the mass spectrometer.
Yeah. Well, the mass spectrometer requires you to take a sample of the thing and put it in the device. That's the trick of it.
Well, that's what the climbing equipment's for.
Oh shoot! Did I forget to add a cue for something? I did. Whoops. Whoa, that's definitely the wrong music. Okay, just caught that before we got there. Haha, I remembered. Any other gear before you beam down?
Nope, I'm good.
Whoops. Your team beams down the planet, surrounded by glowing pylons that have used one of their uses of beaming. Very quickly, one of the archaeology team refreshes the batteries on them because they want to be able to leave if necessary. There's 2 more charges in them, but it's like, we're used to having to evacuate if we need to. Because that happens on these sort of missions.
I don't remember what Gerbil is good at anymore. Pull up.
Before you is the center. No snap. There is the archaeological laser cannon. Basically, it's used to clear away large sections of rock and concentrated blast. And in amongst a almost obsidian black rock face is a massive aperture that seems to encompass the entirety of the ground. That thing, to give you an idea, I think that door is about big enough to admit a shuttlecraft. Like, it's huge.
Hot out.
Around the terrain that looks largely lifeless, a lot of this is dust and debris from obliterated rock that they phasered away.
Right.
Is you're from no, please. That would be
We brought giants. No, just kidding.
Ensign Kennett walks up to you, to your away team as you beam in.
Greetings, Ensign.
Captain. Well, there you have it. We tried aiming the drill. We tried aiming the drill at the actual aperture itself early on, but we decided against firing it since we were worried that we would damage the artifact of the door itself. We're hoping to get it less interesting material, to put it that way. But from here on, this is the thing that's concerning me so much is that whatever this power is, it's increasing in strength. Powering what or why, I don't know yet.
Power increases, is it logarithmic, exponential, random?
It seems to be fairly steady, steady upward climb.
That's more promising then. Perhaps something internal powering up to full capacity. Well, let's not waste any time. We'll get straight to analyzing the composite of this material and determining if there are any natural means of opening it. Failing that, we will attempt to breach the device as a last resort.
All right, Captain. I'm going to keep the archaeological team busy examining the surrounding area and trying to find something else about the material if we can. But if you need any of the staff, let me know and I can reassign them to your team, Captain.
Very good, Ensign. Dismissed.
Walks off to mend after the... That's your liaison to the team, so...
Yeah.
It doesn't really cost anything. He doesn't really have any stats unless you activate him. And fill in his stats because I don't have any. So yeah, there you be.
So I guess we've beamed down our scanning platform now, probably.
Yes.
Yeah. So head over to that and start trying to decipher this material of the door a little bit. Aperture.
Actually, probably not that close. Pendant Efrix, whom would you control supporting characters? Because Myth is going to need this help.
I'd probably be Dref, unless Everett wants to be Dref.
Be my strange gerbil.
Follows. I'm not sure how much help Dress is going to be on initial rolls.
You never know.
More to keep the captain from being killed.
That's his job.
Wogie's going to stand by with the archaeological team, and Ensign Kennett will take care of them for the time being. So you're going to be deploying your own bit of equipment.
For wide open spaces.
It just means we're wide open to an attack.
That's not helping.
Not trying to.
The climate equipment and the max spectrometer are something that are fairly big, but they're something you can carry on your backs or on your
Okay.
belt. The deep scanning platform is huge. It's as big as the drill is. So the archaeological team kind of briefly moves it to where you want it placed. But I'm not sure. They moved it so far here. I don't know if you want it to go anywhere you want. If you wanted to have it scan the door first, or some of the rock first, or the dust surrounding the area.
I assume we've already gotten preliminary scans of those things, and
Maybe you don't trust your crew. I don't know.
I trust my crew.
Trust anyone.
So where would you like
Like
the platform placed? Or do you
Does
wish
it
to
have
do
like
your own
a-
scans?
Does it have like a radius or something?
It's basically imagine a cannon that's pointed straight down at something, or pointed straight at a wall. It's
Yeah. It's directional.
Maybe just point it in
At the door?
this direction.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And if we don't get anything, like point it here or from here.
Yeah, I think we'll start out with the door. I'm scanning directly there.
the archaeological team will move it. Well, they move it there. That's good enough where it is.
Put that in other equipment.
You've made this roll possible, so the diff is now something that they can. That's actually no, it was scannable before. They just couldn't get the roll because they're support characters. So diff goes down by 1 because you're using the appropriate equipment for the
Hey.
job.
Hey!
Hey. Sorry, I got my schedule mixed up again, and
Don't worry, there's a 30% chance that'll happen to me next week.
Mm-hmm. No, I'll have to already have it figured out because I have a couple of, hey, I'm supposed to pop in and say hi to other people as a admin.
Yeah.
Before then, so.
Just to catch you up real quick there, Captain. At the moment, Myth is... I mean, there's the blurb, of course, but the Myth has taken an away team down to Shosku Prime to investigate the ruin, and has brought down a away team, and you can now control crewman Woogie, because this is a... yeah, you're in. This is a rocky area with various dust particles from obliterated rock that was originally burying a black obsidian stone outcropping, but in there was a massive aperture in the floor that was they really couldn't scan very well, and they found a power spike that was power that's increasing underneath the ground, and what appears to be some sort of computer system that's powering up down there. For what reason They don't know, and that's why they called for the Maxwell Plank to go, help. This is getting beyond us. And our only tool right now is this massive phaser drill that we have, and we're not sure we want to shoot the door yet.
Mm-hmm.
Everyone's been inoculated with a anti-rad, and has face masks, given the atmosphere is irradiated and the air is dirty. The away team has just approached the aperture, and they're beginning to scan it.
Give me a sec. I just need to grab something to eat.
Okay.
Did we decide on a voice for Dref?
Oh, I'm sure I've used one at some point, but I don't remember. Up to you.
Oh, be prepared.
That darn song. We're looking at a reason science difficulty 4 task.
Wait.
I assume Dref is going to be assisting, but I'd like to try and finagle things on his sheet.
Reason is not good.
Oh,
GM,
Yeah.
for my assist, considering Dref is a tactical officer, and we're going to have to accurately aim this scanning equipment, correct?
Yeah, oh yeah.
Would you allow targeting systems?
Yes.
Would you allow controls so I can keep it steady?
Dreth can use control because Dreth isn't doing any scanning himself. He's just aiming the thing. Which, being very precise about where you're aiming is important.
Now I just have to try and finagle a better discipline than science.
yeah, I don't know if you want to finagle something aside from reason for gerbil, but you can try.
I don't know what it would be.
Would you
And I'm
rather-
back.
Insight?
For-
Insight or...
Maybe, yeah, for knowledge of the machine?
I'd allow insight engineering to kind of help optimize the
Yeah, I'll
device's
take that.
operation.
Would you allow security for Dref, considering
That's
Targeting.
so much better than reason science. Oh my god.
Control security? Hmm.
Because he still has to keep it steady, aim it, and fire it off. Listen,
I'll take that. I'll take that.
I
yeah.
know I'm stretching.
No, it works for me. It works for the assist. It would never be the main role, but it's like, if you're just
Yeah.
aiming the thing, sure. That sounds like a thing security people would do. Would be good at.
Yeah. And then for
Or
the
aim this. Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
for the reason science role, focus on xenotechnology.
Unfortunately, no, because you're using a Starfleet device.
Well, I was thinking for like the
Oh,
deciphering
the
scans.
deciphering the scans. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, you're right.
I'm not trying to swing. Oh, I'm focusing on the technology. Everybody else is operating the technology, so I can do the science bit.
Mm-hmm.
Wogie can assist with the science role if they wish, or with the interpreting the data the deep scanning platform is doing. Oh, mic muted. Whoops. Oh, no.
I'm
I'll
sorry,
take
yes?
Take the lead role here.
You
need-
can
you need-
assist if you want.
What with?
Reason
As-
science, or argue for something else.
Reason science is probably his best stat.
Right, I'm making the lead role here. That's
It's
three.
a kismet sport, I
Nice.
think. There he is. Yeah, reason science is pretty much my best stat, so. And what is this roll for specifically?
Your aim. Oh, go ahead.
No, I was just celebrating.
Oh, basically, you're aiming a deep scanning platform. Imagine a cannon, except it's a very very powerful microscope that's a super tricorder that's aiming a single laser in, not scanning a wide area, but scanning as deep as possible into a material to try to get some deeper detailed scan that tricorders normally would be able to get.
Okay.
Alright. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 total. It was a difficulty 4 tasks, so we generate 3 momentum.
Yeah, I was just making sure in case Dref balls up. I've had a reroll with Deadeye's marksman because I'm aiming the drill. I'm aiming it. Well, if that's the case, if considering I am aiming it, would that reduce the difficulty by 1?
I'll give it to you, sure. That's a reasonable thing to request.
We only ever request reasonable things. It's just, who are they reasonable to?
You lie.
I do.
I blanked while I was looking. Ow! While I was looking up. Oh yeah, I remember now. The Massa device whirs to life. Various warning lights flicker on around it to indicate anyone that please, mainly to warn any Federation people who know what those lights mean, don't stand in front of this thing because it is throwing particles out. If you were standing in front of it, you would be taking like challenge dice of damage. This thing would actually hurt you, not by a lot, but it would hurt. You wouldn't want to stand there for very long. But it's not destructive. It's meant to be just a very penetrating energies that the sensor can actually pick up from whatever it is it's scanning. And you can actually see a visible warbling yellowish light emitting from the sensor as it pierces into the door. And thankfully, it doesn't just scatter away and fire in random directions, which that's something that sometimes happens when you fire these things at certain materials. If you guys rolled a complication, I would have had this thing do something really bad to you, but you're fine.
Look at all
Yes.
that momentum we generated.
Sure, we won't need it. It's just superfluous momentum, right?
Oh, of course.
No, it's really helpful to have it. So we can stop giving the GM threat.
I mean, to be fair, Vada's not here to do his 2 have GM threat dump rolls.
True.
The door seems to be made of a polyduranide and nanopolymer composite material. In short, polyduranide is used for used to build large buildings and strong materials. On a larger scale, one would use it for could use it for hulls, but you would use it for like a building you really didn't want to fall down or you wanted to be particularly tough. And nanopolymers are a thing that you don't use on the large scale. They're used to reinforce like plasma conduits in an emergency, and mainly because they're a pain to replicate. So it's polyduranide. Polyduranide is something you don't replicate often because you'd only ever replicate it in an industrial replicator. It's only something you'd use to build a shuttle or a building. That not like a prefab. Like no, I want this thing to be like a place people live for like generations. There does seem to be traces of some sort of electronics and computing in the door. It is powered. The drill goes further. There appears to be some sort of open space of a Class M controlled environment. One would almost have you would actually level it to the degree of a sterile lab environment. So not even just shipboard clean space, but like lab clean. Right. The drill goes further and further. Lots of empty space, and then it hits it seems to be reflecting off some material, like it's either hitting an angle, so either a wall or a floor ramp or a mirror by sheer chance. It's not a mirror, it would know. But it knows it's reflecting off of something. It can't penetrate whatever that is, and so it's scattering off of whatever that is. Thankfully, when it hit that angle, it pierced through like several material before it got there. So once it hit it, it scattered, and then it became this harmless flutter. If someone was in there with a tricorder, they'd be surprised that their scanner just suddenly saw this energy spike, like someone was shooting a very low-powered phaser at them.
Mhm.
But it'd be the amount of heat and intensity of a flashlight. Like it'd be like you could put your hand in front of it and be like, oh, there's a light there.
It's slightly warm. Yeah.
Slightly warm. What is doing that? I don't see anything. So, yeah, that's what you've scanned beyond this aperture. It doesn't go any further because it hit some surface and it's scattering. So, you can ask further questions as per not as science, but if you have if anyone has any studious talents or scanning type talents, or if you want to use momentum or threat to ask further questions about the scan.
Let's see.
So, not a momentum question, this is just a logistics question.
Mm-hmm.
So, would you say our scan was, say, from either side of the door just onwards?
It basically went. Oops, I should really snap. This actually should be a snap sound. It basically went pew, as straight a line as possible till it hit something, like a very narrow beam. Like
Okay, so it's yeah, that's the what I was trying to figure out. Was it like, let's just say very narrow, or was it to like width of the door, like just straight that direction?
About the up until it hit the door, it'd be it would be sensitive enough it could scan out. As far as like say your tricorder would, the minute it hit the door with most of its power, it would narrow to like the no more than a hand span. It's a very small window to pierce through and look hole. Think of it like a tricorder peephole.
Okay.
Very useful for scientific and archaeological digs. Useless for security.
Yeah.
Security go, give me a tricorder. I could scan like a whole room with this thing. This cannon goes, I can scan like so many inches worth of space.
Yeah, and those are its big range bands, I'm sure. Like it also has like micron range bands where it's like we're scanning that molecule over there.
Yeah.
All right. So yeah, I do have a question. Are the electronics in the door networked to anything?
Is that a freebie or are you spending?
Spending one momentum.
Okay. It is networked to something. It is, or rather, it is part of a network. Better way to put that.
Mm-hmm. Right.
I do have an idea for an advantage, but I'd want to wait till we've run out of questions first. Or do I hear the advantage to see if that helps with questions?
Yeah, let's go ahead and see what's your idea.
Would it be possible to create the advantage of maybe putting a bit more juice into the scanner to get a wider scan beyond the door?
Yeah. Between the four of you, you're able to make some reasonable
Modifications.
and inferences based on incomplete data. Going, well, the scanner isn't saying that, but we as Starfleet officers can guess that that's probably true. So for 2 momentum, yeah, or 2 threat.
So is that okay, everyone, or do we want to go for more questions?
I think I'd like to go with more questions here.
Okay.
What kind of electronics is the door using? Like, how advanced are they? Are we talking about like literal electronics? Are we talking about something a bit more advanced?
I want to make sure I'm saying this right. It uses a version of an ODN relay system, so optical data network, so light computing and stuff like that. So that's about Star Federation equivalent, but it doesn't go into the quantum level of computing, which is something that you normally don't bother with because that's way too much power for what you need for just a door.
Yeah. All right. Then
Oh, I want this door to measure the temperature outside while simultaneously. Oh.
I'd like to see about accessing the ODN network of the door to unlock it.
That would be a separate role.
Yeah, that wasn't a question. That was a I'd like to see about that role.
Yeah.
I've got a question.
Go.
Would it be possible, considering it's a polydronide and nanopolymer, that we would have enough knowledge of those type of materials to, if needed, know the type of opposite materials, so to speak, to maybe enter without permission?
For two momentum, basically creating advantage cost, you would get that from this scan. You'd know enough about the material that you'd have an advantage in figuring out how to disassemble the materials in front of you, i.e., make a hole.
Is that something we'd want for as a backup plan if we can basically hack
Yeah,
it?
that sounds like a good backup.
Yeah, I tried saying that without saying, can we just create some explosives?
You know, it might be a little bit more precise than that because I think we could just blow open the door with a phaser if we wanted to, but if we want to cut open the door,
I mean, yeah, fire a torpedo at the door. It's like that might put a hole in it. It's like, yeah, it'll take out the rest of the structure most likely.
frequency
And the away
modulation
team.
idion beams though are very useful.
I'm just creating a forceful door key.
Any other questions regarding the deep scan you just did?
Can't think of any. I think we'll let that stand. Because our goal here is probably going to be to try to get in there, so...
Oh, I've got a question. Did we get an age
Oh, yeah,
of the
nice
material of the door?
question. Yeah.
That
These are
will
good
be
things to know.
that will be a threat.
Because if it's like 2 years old, that's still nothing. But if it's like 1,000 years old, that's impressive in its own right.
Or if it's negative 40 years old, that's also good to know.
Precisely.
I love how they did that on Enterprise. Negative carbon dating. It's not how that works.
Oh no, I'm not gonna go into that.
Negative carbon dating.
I
They
remember
did-
that episode.
They did that
Yeah.
in like the third or fourth
Mhm.
season of Enterprise. It's like, what?
Yeah.
This is minus 40 years old. It must be from the future.
What? That's not how. That's
Yeah,
that's
it was. That was the best, just like campy pseudoscience where it's like, no, that's not pseudoscience that's trying to make sense. That's just
so
ridiculous.
That's so dumb.
Approximately. Oh, I should put a signifier on that.
Yeah, we get
Approximately
it.
3,000 picoseconds old.
Approximately 3,000 years old.
It's about 3,000. What? Days? Months? Years?
Tricorder
Maybe
isn't specified.
4,000.
Well, we need a new tricorder. That's garbage.
Maybe 4,000.
3,000-year-old door with current Starfleet or Federation level electronics behind it. That's an interesting combination.
Indeed, we could be looking at more of the precursors that the local civilizations are aware of here. That could explain some of the earlier Chigoan interest in the planet before the appearance of Borg technology.
Well, we could always move the platform and try and scan from a different direction.
Quite possibly. However, I'd like to see if there's any way to access the mechanisms here. I suspect there may be.
I'm always up for tinkering with new tech.
So would that be two separate roles, GM, to like look for an access point, whether that be physical or electronic, and then to access it? Depending on what it is, because if it's a button, it accesses a little differently.
So what I'm hearing is you want me to hotwire the door.
Quite potentially.
Well, if that fails, I can always slightly more aggressively open the door.
Closed.
Ah, yes.
The scan first?
You'd want to scan first to find where you could, because you know there's electronics in there. You just have to find where you can actually
Yeah.
get at them.
Yeah,
'Cause
so
one hopes that there's some access panel for maintenance reasons.
Myth, I think your reason engineering might still be better than Vetch's.
yeah, I've got a 15 total.
Yeah,
Um,
I'm looking at 11.
GM will give you one threat
Okay.
using focus
Listen,
and
point me at the
xenotechnology
tech
again.
and I'll work with it.
Xenotech works.
Re-rolling. That
Can
0.
you?
Yeah, I have bold engineering.
Oh, freak me. Okay.
There we
Hey,
go. 5. Generate 2.
You find an access panel in one of the raised dome structures on the door. There's a word for that. I can't think of what it is.
Now I can't either because you've said that.
Embossed? Anyway. Bus? No. But yes,
Alright,
you
so
find
I make my way over there.
Captain, would it be better if someone else touched it first?
I am quite durable specialist. Hubris.
You know, trying to make sure his captain doesn't fucking die.
Oh yeah, definitely. It's the right thing to do. Just, maybe hubris.
You walk up to the aperture.
And you disintegrate.
The structure seems to be about the size of your foot. To give you an idea of size, like it's a fairly big bit of metal, and it looks like one could use some sort of prying device to. From your scan, it's something where you can pull a protective covering open to expose the electronics within.
Right.
We have the climbing equipment. You could use that to pry it open.
well, I think doesn't the engineering
That would be something in the engineering toolkit. Yep.
Yeah.
toolkit has We've had to use pry bars before. We didn't have an engineer with us. It was a problem.
Yeah.
So does Gerbil dare get closer
Yeah.
to the device and expose herself to the dangers of the door?
She's been chomping at the bit to get closer. So probably
Crewman
I don't.
Bash, your toolkit.
Yes. Yes, Captain.
Oh, right.
Let's see if we can get this open.
Rubs her hands together and scurries up with her kit.
Specialist,
I do.
be prepared.
It's people I don't trust. Machines I trust implicitly, which means Myth is on her good side.
Yeah, it's just
Bought 5 dice and invoked a complication that if you fail at this, something bad's gonna happen.
oh yes.
Fair enough. Have good fitness. I don't have a good security, so it depends on what I'm using here.
Well, it's control
Alright.
engineering. It's opposed. It's just if you fail this roll, something's
Oh.
gonna happen when you interact
Okay, we
with
don't
it.
have to roll to pry the door open, the panel open.
No, that's the easy part.
Okay, so control engineering. I'd like to take one for cautious.
Actually, I'll point out that if no one had an engineering toolkit, there would have been a test to pry it open. It's like you have to physically like grab it with your hands and yank on it until it gives.
I don't know if I have anything. Tinkering?
A complication, but it would
Power
work.
systems, maybe?
Power? Yeah, power systems.
Power
maybe.
systems would hit it. Yeah.
Okay.
You sounded so disappointed with that.
I like my
Yeah.
complications for free. So used to you guys having to do that.
Let's see. Well, I guess I should check. Myth, what's your control engineering at?
14.
Okay. So I'm at a 15, so.
You lead this one, but I have good mechanics for an assist here because
Yeah,
I always have good mechanics for assists.
it's true. It's opposed.
I have 5 dice.
And the GM bought dice. I might buy up to a couple more dice, honestly. Do a threat and a momentum for a 4.
4. Yeah, let's do for 4. Well, I'm trying to figure out if I can swing my value, or if I should save it for a reroll.
I mean,
And
you might be able to use a determination for a mission directive, but I do think we
That's-
want to avoid. I think we should probably avoid complications,
Yeah.
I mean,
considering
in
we're out
general.
of momentum. Yeah, exactly.
If it goes. Oh no.
Oh boy, reroll that 0.
Yeah. Well,
Got 3, and then I'm assisting with control engineering, focus in xenotechnology still.
Yep.
Bumping my complication range to proc my augmented ability control.
and that's just a bunch of bad rolls. That's a 19 and an 18 and a
So
20.
that's 2 more from me.
So that puts us at 5.
5 hits.
2, 3, 4.
Oh no.
You might need to use your determination there.
Yeah, I might.
Yeah, you
Um,
might.
As it makes a very dangerous, high-pitched noise, and the lights get very bright as you're working on it.
Now you might be able to use your value.
Yeah, I might be able to. When you're in a tight spot, just wiggle.
I will take that. Yeah.
She's like, wait, nope. Wiggles her hand in further. might make it worse if I get another combination. Jesus
mean-
Christ.
You have 2 more dice to reroll there.
Yeah. Well.
Oh.
7. Nice.
As Vesh very quickly discovers that apparently the store had an anti-tamper mechanism that would have blasted the 2 people with a equivalent of a Type 2 phaser.
Nice.
Nice.
Yeah, so literally wiggled her hand in further to to clamp off that.
It's like, don't shoot us, please.
Yeah.
And you are able to control the door opening mechanism without
Guys,
being
I love
blasted.
that value so much.
Yeah. All right. We've attained access. I believe opening the door should wait until we have some further information, though. But now we have the possibility.
Whoops. Sorry. There we go.
Definitely got some security measures we may want to look into, making ourselves seem friendly.
Indeed. Feel free to develop any more ideas on that, crewman. Crewman Wilgie, prepare the platform for another series of scans. I'll be back momentarily.
Whatever was flashing over there.
Sorry, that was me indicating whether you'd open the door, but moving it to the next layer kind of indicates that. So
Oh, okay, got it.
I didn't like where the marker was. Like, that looks misleading. I'm just going to get rid of that.
Right.
So Myths is going where?
Well, I've just given an order for Wilgie to prepare the scanning platform for another series of scans. So,
Oh, you're getting
Trap
out.
and Wilgie can do that. But before they start the scan, I'm going to see if I can pull any information from the electronics in the door.
You can ask questions for momentum or threat.
Sure. Can I determine what type of can I decipher the coding language being used here in the door?
Yes. For 1 momentum.
I'd like to do that.
I gotta look up, make sure this names. This is. Where is it? There it is. That's the lettering that I throw up a Discord.
Oh.
Discord, what are you doing? There we go.
Oh, interesting.
Myth, whenever you say interesting,
Big fascinating vibes.
$22.68. All right.
It only costs you 1 because it's something that's known. So,
Yeah.
or sorry, it's been encountered. That's a better way to put it.
Yes.
I think a better question is, has it ever been deciphered?
Yeah,
It's
bits and pieces.
yeah. I'm going to call over Ensign Kennett. The archaeologist should probably be interested in this, I think.
Yes, Captain.
I've managed to gain access to the door's mechanism with the help of my team here. most interesting discovery so far, apart from the composite of the material, is the programming language being used by the system's electronics. And Myth hands over the tricorder. Well, not the tricorder. It's technically a pad that's interfaced to our tricorder.
Yeah.
Handing over my tricorder would be difficult.
Looks at the pad and taps at it.
If that looks familiar to you, Lieutenant Ensign.
It is.
The presence of these preservers here, as well as numerous reports from across the quadrant, although quite isolated, establishes further aspects in the overall pattern of behavior, as well as being an possible sign of past habitation on this planet.
Well, hands you back the pad. Well, their spread was rather wide, and it does make sense for them to be established on any number of worlds. That does lead to the next question as to the understanding of the technology or of these preservers. Is that anything they ever built that's remained always had a purpose? There was a reason for it to be there. Something this large. This is larger than any previous encountered phenomena. Most of them were obelisks of moderate size. This seems to be some sort of underground complex. Which
Indeed.
suggests some larger purpose, and even that one was strong enough for a planet. This, it could do something for the planet, but it could do something even more powerful. But
I don't believe we've encountered the presence of sequestered technology of theirs such as this before. Previously, it has been perhaps obscured, but in the open. The presence of a facility like this on a previously M-class planet is furthermore intriguing.
it also doesn't announce its presence. Like, this was buried under so much rock. This would suggest to me some sort of vault or bunker or otherwise covert facility, whether for security reasons or for public safety reasons.
Yes. Additionally, when attempting to access the door, it had security precautions of its own. That suggests that unauthorized access to whatever lies within was not to be encouraged, to say the least. I believe it'd be most prudent to set up a temporary facility to encompass this opening before we proceed further. We have the means of entering. However, if something is sealed in, I wish to have secondary precautions before unsealing the facility.
So some sort of prefabrication isolation structure built around the aperture and maybe some of the rock face to create a secondary barrier.
Precisely, Ensign. If you can coordinate with the plank about beaming down the necessary materials.
I'll start drawing up what we need, and I'll get you back the relevant. Oh, you want me to do it, Captain? Yeah, I can do that.
Very good, Ensign.
As he begins to walk away, you start doing the quick math in your head of what would be required to do this. Test-wise, this is in effect a control command roll, difficulty 2.
All right.
If you're getting Ensign Kennett to do it, it's a star crew roll. You're basically depending on the junior officers to kind of figure this out for themselves and build it without your input.
Mm-hmm.
Unless you're going to personally direct it, in which case you can roll, or any of your support characters can roll if they're leading it. Or, sorry, assisting the ensign, because they're all junior to the archaeologist.
Yeah. Yeah, so if I want to make this directed task. No, wait, that doesn't work. That has to be on a bridge, doesn't it?
What, direct? No, it can be
Yeah.
anywhere.
Ah, yeah, then
You're just directing your subordinates.
I'd like to do that then, because, I like having a crew and not just doing everything myself.
Yep. Which means you get to assist because this is your direct for the scene. This is going to be the last test of the scene, really, because it's going to take time for them to build this thing.
Cool. Then I will roll a crew task here. That's one. And then assist.
With presence command. Yeah.
Presence command. All right.
Oh, wait, no, it'd be control. You're right. It's control command because you're assisting with their intricate orders.
Mhm.
It's not so much convincing people to do a thing. It's no. But here's the exact checklist you need to do to accomplish what I need you to do.
Yeah. See that everything is in order, Ensign. Well, I still get the one. I still get the one there. So that's
GG.
That's 2. Let's see. These are the downsides of augmented ability. Let's see.
Oh no, that's what procced it. Oh no.
No, hold on. I have something for this.
Okay.
Yeah. Using Legion of Honor to cancel the complication there.
Ooh. Okay.
Two hits.
About that. Can you see this? Sorry. No, you can't see it.
No.
About that
There we
big?
go. Yeah, that looks good.
Okay. So that'll be the cordoned off area. But as that is built, we will go to the next scene as we catch up with.
A couple hours.
Yeah, it's going to take some time beaming and assembling it and.
Yeah.
Aboard the Kismet.
Oh boy.
Everything's fine.
You have the ultimatum that was presented to you. You have knowledge of where you're supposed to go and when. And that's a matter of what you're going to do about it.
I have a few ideas because I've had a week to think on this. I have a few ideas, but really, it's gonna boil down to what I should expect when I go to make my when I go there. I have to try to get in the minds of my opponents and think about how they're going to try to play this. Am I dealing with the kind of people who are going to be pragmatic and just show up and shoot me and get it done with? Or are they going to try and make me suffer? Are they going to try to make this a public thing?
It's absolutely a public thing. It's happening in the middle of the square.
Right.
On the steps of the, in front of the forum, no less, the palace of the capital.
They
Right.
want it to be a spectacle.
And it's at like noon, like so it's in the middle of the day.
This guy wants to be a spaghetti western.
So then it, and if I have to roll for this, I'll roll for it. Would I get the impression then that they want this to be a big thing in front of a lot of witnesses?
Insight command difficulty of 1.
Because because you know, I had a whole talk with you, Pend, about my.
Yeah, but I think our thoughts came to we need a little bit more information before we can go ahead with certain plans.
Yeah. Ah, that one. Nice. 2 momentum.
If they wanted to make this a more private affair, yet still have some prestige behind it, they could do it in a variety of important buildings in the upper city of the capital. If they want it to be covert, there is a whole planet's worth of desert and underground facilities and military bases they likely have here that if they wanted to make this a quiet affair, they totally could. Never mind, they could just make you go to a different planet. Like they just carry them off and whisk them off somewhere else in the world. But no, they're making this in front of their main legislature and governance building in the main square in broad daylight. This is it is to make it a spectacle, but knowing these people, it's for their benefit as it is as much from a tactical point of view as it is a political maneuver.
That's
Because such a space has a lot of sight lines to it, so it's very easy to see the square from a variety of angles.
Yeah, that's what I was afraid of. The exact thing that I was planning on doing with my plan is now out the window because it's exactly what they want.
Captain Penn, give me Insight Command, difficulty 1. As you're in the middle of this meeting with Grennan, there's a chirp coming from your pad, but let's see if your character bothers to look at it right away, because you're kind of busy with this very important conversation. You get blips all the time, but this might be a little more important than normal. Worth more than a glance. Or it might not.
Take a threat.
Sure.
I'm trying to think of a focus, but the best I've got is team dynamics.
I'll take that, given what's being sent.
I'll fish. It may be a case of I have to reach out to Dravat Fearless.
Feel free to go on with your briefing as Penn briefly is looking at a pad and you're actually scrolling through it a bit to read there's a brief moment of, this isn't worth looking. I better read this while we're talking.
Don't mind me, Captain. I'm just looking at nudie bitches.
God.
I'm blanking on what I need to write. What the hell is it called? Right, I remember now.
It happens to me all the time.
Because my original plan was, if they're doing a thing where they want to kill me off all quiet like, I had a plan to expose them.
Wait, why did that just come up on the screen?
What?
The the operations document on Roll20 has just come up on my screen.
Oh, I must have hit show to players by accident. My bad. Sorry. That's the document I needed to look up what I needed to look up.
That's fair. I was just a bit. I was like, why?
Why do we need this right now? Yeah, I was gonna say, like,
look at it. Look at this.
Oh, I looked at the name and I alt-tabbed away. That was dumb of me. This map.
Yeah,
Over
because I was
here.
just worried for a second, like, is the GM just showing me this for some reason?
Hint, hint. No. It takes a bit of decryption on your end, and seems to be coming from.
Oh yeah, I can read it.
Yep.
Captain, the situation's just got worse.
Oh, of course it did.
No. This isn't just Bonsab getting kidnapped worse. This is the Baron of Lilori has mobilized the mechanized infantry and are bringing a punitive force to the Woohoo worlds.
And you see just Grennan sort of lean forward, eye twitching. Oh.
So if we don't do what we need to relatively quickly, there is going to be open war.
How are we gonna do this?
I can talk to Javat, try and get him on our side for now, see if that
Talk
can
to
help.
his old man.
Or to do something, but then we need to try and convince them to apologise to the Quaqua, stop being fucking idiots trying to kidnap Federation citizens, and convince them that a freeway war is a catastrophically horrible idea.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So, yeah, I apologise, Captain, but I don't think I have time to be dawdling. I need to talk to Javat as soon as possible.
Good. See to it that it gets done.
Yeah, and I'm just leaving.
What do you think, Efrix?
We could approach some of our other allies that we've already made, see if they can make any headway of...
Yeah, we have made a few inroads.
These are the one who's kidnapped him. They're the
pro-war faction, basically.
Yeah, breakouts. I was trying to pick a nice way of saying it. I think, if I remember right, the doctor that I'm friends with is actually more in line with their way of thinking. Not as far as war, but as far as expansionism, right? He wasn't a conservative.
Insight command.
Oh,
Difficulty of 1.
boy. Hang on.
Oh,
That's
boy.
your favourite role.
Uh-huh. I mean, insight's not bad.
Oh, I just realized another
And I
publication
have
was coming up.
doctors.
Well, but that's only if you're
Yeah.
telling someone to do something.
Yeah. I know. I'm just thinking out loud. I don't have my. I realized I didn't have efforts pulled up because I was playing Besh.
I have an engineering kit. When did that happen?
I mean, my command's not the worst. I think I also have a favor with him. But I feel like this is more than a favor.
This is you recalling your interaction with them when you spoke with them.
Yeah. Like, but whatever happens with him, I feel like it's more than a favor.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I don't have anything on memory. That's just nope. Can I have a third dice, guys? Is that cool?
Go for it.
I don't have cautious, but
Yeah. Yee.
hey.
And you got it back.
The doctor seemed to be of conservative leaning, but they were only by virtue that that's the faction that was most conservative leaning internally, expansionist leaning, but not in the bellicose sense, but more in the scientific diplomatic sense. So they're a lot more. That's why they reached out to you so much. But they're very, to put it that way, they're very centrist senator.
Yeah,
So
but they
neither
have.
side would claim
But
them.
they probably have worked with and can work with people on either side of the aisle, right?
Yes. Very
so
much.
That makes it even better. Doesn't have a lot of standing, or he didn't, but it is getting better because he managed to set up an alliance with Starfleet. Potentially, assuming things go well, which that's gonna put that in danger. If we go to war, that's gonna have to revoke that. Sorry about it. It might be worth talking to Senator C. See if we can get a group of people to talk some sense into our.
We'll have to be very careful. If they get the impression that we're trying something, then again, this is Captain Grundon trying to work it out in his head. What would be the political repercussions if they just killed Bonsap?
Well, it depends on who you talk.
Well, or more so, I'm asking that out of character.
I mean, that's no matter how you look at it, that's not a good thing politically to kill a foreign diplomat.
However,
right, but
it might incite war, which is what he wants. So
there's one of three responses the Federation would do, and this is just their response to most species that would ever do that to them, because it wouldn't be the first time someone's killed one of their diplomats, sadly. One would be the lightest response would be a diplomatic censure, basically political ease for stop that was a bad thing you did, don't do it again. Basically denouncing the act.
Yes.
It's light, but it lets citizens know that they are saying something, but usually you do that when there's not a whole lot you can do about it. Like if the Breen do that to somebody, they're like, you shouldn't do that. Not a whole lot we can do. Second is some sort of embargo call from the council. They probably would call their allies to join them. So a Klingon Romulan Federation trade and embargo, and basically just try to starve the opposing faction. The third is outright war. The death of a Federation citizen without just cause might drum up the cause for a punitive response. Federation doesn't like doing punitive attacks. They like doing defensive wars or liberation wars. Punitive wars are very imperialist and very against the coda of the Federation. Then
Right.
again, if you have to get a species to stop killing your people, and that's the only way they'll respond. If the first two didn't work, the last one's what they're going to do, because they're not going to let their citizens get killed all the time. Like, for example,
the fact that the Woohoo is kind of already on thin ice with the Federation might just put the nail.
That might just do it, though. I'm definitely trying to. I'm trying to find because this is what I told the Pendy a few days ago, was the best way I can see out of this is to find a way to sort of call their bluff in a way of, you kill me, I win. You kill my diplomat, I win more. You let both of us go, I still win. I'm trying to figure out how to swing something like that. Because so far, they seem to be of the mindset that they kill me, they win. I need to find a way to make killing either of us, Bonsab or me, not worth it anymore.
I feel like the best way to do that is if you can somehow swing public opinion.
Yeah.
Because if you can make killing you politically bad for them.
Which is why I was thinking contacting the doctor.
Yeah, like if you can get out with like a big public statement endorsed by some senator or something that most citizens would be pleased about, and then they try and kill you, that looks really bad for them.
Mm-hmm. Yep. In fact, see, I'd want to go and talk to the other guy, the other proconsul.
Yep.
The other proconsul, but trying to get in touch with him would probably be very dangerous.
I mean, to my understanding, the people who kidnapped Bonsab haven't said, don't talk to anyone.
I mean, right, but they're probably watching.
They probably are, but like,
Whoops.
it doesn't necessarily serve their ends to just kill him with no apparent reason, if that's not with no reason beyond implication.
Yeah. Well,
like, you're in a hostage situation here. They make demands, but if they haven't made demands, they don't have good grounds for killing their hostage.
Right, and I mean, their only real demand so far has been that I don't show that I show up at a place at a time. And I mean, if they alone, if they kill the hostage, I don't show up at that place at that time alone.
Right. I think Bonsab isn't endangered by you talking to politicians.
Right. In which case, I need to get in touch with the proconsul.
Yeah.
Oops, that's not right.
Because if anyone is going to be able to convince people that killing me is a bad move, it's gonna be someone like him.
I mean,
and hey, I can probably swing it because this guy is the political enemy of the other guy, right?
His opposition, yes.
Yeah, it's his opposition, so...
See, I don't know how effective that's going to be, considering you can't even convince your XO not to kill you.
I'm kind of interested in talking to the doctor because he has people on the aisle on the same side as our would be Clint they could maybe be like, hey, dude, this is dumb. You're going to make a lot of enemies in the Senate.
Additionally, if you can get permission from, if someone on planet can get permission to attempt a rescue operation, then they don't have leverage.
Yeah.
That's very risky, though.
It is, but it's also like one of the standard approaches.
Yes.
Yeah.
Correct. So yeah, I think I should still try to organize a meeting with that proconsul. If you guys think I shouldn't, if you guys think there's a better usage of my time,
I don't
know.
I think a meeting with the proconsul is good if you have an idea of what you want from the proconsul.
Yeah.
You know, what material do you want to get to move forward with?
effectively, I want to try to convince the proconsul that if I were to come to harm, it would not be good.
Well, I think the proconsul you'll be talking to already agrees with that.
Right, but what I'm convincing him to do is to convince other people of it.
Captain, Insight Command, difficulty 1.
Gonna spend a momentum just so I can.
Isn't that his job? Isn't that what he's trying to do in general?
And I mean, I think I've convinced a good portion of the military Senate members of the exact same thing.
Because he's centrist. He doesn't want to have a war.
Yeah. Diplomacy focus?
Yeah, I'll give you that.
Gonna reroll one. Oh, god damn it. Spend the one I generated and one more to quash.
Did I name these guys? Did I remember to do that?
Right.
I named everyone else, didn't I? I did.
Because I talked with that proconsul, but all I got from him was he gave me a few pointers.
Because you made the roll, I'll remind you that he said, as you guys were going to leave, he said to you guys, don't worry, I will handle this in a very final tone.
Oh, that's my guy, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, it's the same guy.
Yeah, that's the guy I've been dealing with this entire time.
Oh, I was unaware that it was the same person who I.
Oh, sorry, my bad. It wasn't the proconsul.
Did not realize it was the same person. Oh,
sorry,
it's not.
It wasn't the proconsul. It was a general who's of that faction. Mm-hmm. But you between what with your insight, it's one of those. Wait, some general isn't just gonna mobilize just a random bunch of troopers. He's probably gonna get some support from other members, and he's probably gonna do he's gonna make a final move. It's probably why he couldn't do it that day, because he'd need to speak with the leading member of his faction.
Okay.
So what that response is, he kind of left vague, but he did say it was going to be handled.
Okay. So in that case, efforts, yes, you absolutely get on your you reach out to your contacts. Pend is reaching out to his contacts.
Maybe Granny could try and convince people to apologize to the Quaqua?
Yeah, I feel like the best thing I can do is not ruffle too many feathers.
Just keep on the original mission.
Yeah, because that's it. They're going to be focusing on me. Like our kidnappers are going to be focusing on me, trying to make sure I'm not up to anything shifty. if I just carry on like nothing is wrong and continue diplomatic outreach, I can hopefully garner a little bit of support and keep them distracted.
Yeah. It might not hurt if something you do has like a little bit of publicity to it.
Right. Yeah, what could I do that would be like a quote unquote publicity stunt? Not a stunt, but what could I do that'd be like a publicity move?
Maybe like some sort of meeting in like a semi-public place with a higher up official.
Maybe a Q&A?
Oh, maybe a
PMQ.
Q&A.
Ooh.
Like
Yeah.
a public Q&A? I mean, obviously he's going to try and kill you, but the option's there.
Welcome back, Brandon. Welcome back.
We just lose someone.
Brennan?
I think we
I don't
lost Grennan.
Mike just died on him.
That wasn't supposed to happen yet. Come on.
Mute his microphone. Mute his microphone.
But yeah, like if he wants to try and make a spectacle, wouldn't something like openly speaking to the public or members of higher society in a Q&A, wouldn't that do it?
Yeah, maybe like a Q&A that's like arbitrated by some official who you get put in touch with.
Yeah.
Minister of something, or I don't know. People are fancy, but I don't know how they're fancy. I'm somewhere else in space.
Like Penn did.
People are not your specialty.
But yeah, like I said, Penn did his lecture. That's the most diplomacy he's going to be doing for a while. Apart from now, he clearly needs to shout at people. So we'll leave the smooth talking to Grennan. Eventually.
You know, whenever he's capable of talking again. He's currently muted and deafened.
Yeah.
May have to log out of. Oh, he probably can't hear.
Yeah. Oh, is he back?
If you're not Grennan, you may need to log out of Discord and then log back in. Because sometimes if you switch mics while you're still connected, it does bad things. Apparently, Varder has reached his destination.
Oh.
Maybe come back to him?
That's the best thing, because if we decide to go to someone else and then we come back to Gren, he'll come back.
Yeah.
Precisely.
Okay, I'm back.
Oh, there he is.
There we go.
Whoops, wrong one.
So, yeah, we figured out who I'm talking to then.
Not wait as you're leaving, as you and the doctor begin stepping out of the briefing room, because you have places to go and you're still figuring out where to go. The three of you get reports of a few things that have arisen during your meeting. One, the battle cruiser that was neighboring the system of your Wardrobe One is now in a shadowing position of the Kismet. No weapons, no shields, but it's an optimum range of any medium range weaponry while you're in high orbit.
Great.
It's just sitting there and just slowly following you around the planet, so it keeps LOS to you.
Hmm.
You've lost contact with the Type 7 shuttle to Pren, and subspace channel. All Starfleet subspace channels are currently being jammed.
Oh, that's great.
What happened to he's handling it?
I mean, he's a military general. There's a different way of handling things.
Oops, it's not, you don't have 0 power. That's not how that works.
Damn it.
So, what do you do?
Poop my
Jeez.
pants.
I will soil myself and then make a new plan.
Well, I think I'm
I
gonna
should-
attempt to me Javat Fietless.
You can expend a favor to meet with him at your convenience rather than waiting for him to be free.
Yeah, I've got the full rep spend favor, so I'll spend that.
Where would you want? You get to communicate almost immediately. Where and when? And it's almost a military, like, quick communication. Like he's trying to get that. He knows that it's almost like he can tell without you going into detail that time is of the essence.
I'll let him choose. I want him to feel comfortable.
In a meeting room aboard the battlecruiser Ansa.
Sure.
The Ansa will actually begin approaching the Kismet and move into close range, i.e., high orbit of Wuja 3. As Penn is heading down to the transporter room, is there anything you're grabbing before you go for your meeting? Beyond your personal effects?
Probably just a data pad with some of the info I got pre-session.
Okay.
And like I said, I'll keep hold of the information that the Quaqua are about to invade.
So that's what Pend is doing. Grennan, what are you doing? I was going to check on Efrix, but Efrix is away at the moment.
So you said that communication is down to us on the planet.
Starfleet channels are being jammed.
Oh, great!
Specifically,
So
the bands you would use to talk back to home.
Oh,
But short range
so if I
communication,
go
you can
down,
do that. That's easy.
so if I go down there, they're not going to hear back from me.
If they do, it'd be over open channels that you can't encrypt.
Ah. Okay, well, that's not too bad because my entire plan is to go down there and just do open business as usual, nothing to hide.
I have an idea.
Yeah?
For all I could do, try and set up a alternate means of communication for you.
We could, but at the same time, I actually think it might be a better idea to just do open communications, because the entire point of me going down there is to act like nothing's screwy.
All right.
To draw attention from the fact that Efrix and Pend are going to be running interference behind the scenes. Semaphore. Let me check some-
No, I was thinking about using leveraging the military history focus that Thralic has to dig deep into like some obscure communications. But if we don't want to, that's good.
So Fleet Captain Grennan is beaming down to the planet where? To the deserts outside, the starport, the grand capital itself, the upper city where all governance and illumination shines upon the universe. Into outer space, sparing himself the shame of defeat.
Please.
I killed the mic. That's how powerful that was. And he's back. Maybe. To the equivalent of Texas.
Lots of nuke silos, wide open ranges, some problematic politics.
While Grennan sorts his mic out again, Efrix,
Yeah.
what are you going to do? Pend intends to pay a visit to Battlecruiser Ansa and speak with Leader Fiatless. Grennan's beaming down to the planet somewhere, but what is Efrix going to do?
We're still able to beam and stuff, right?
Yep.
Have. Man, we could use Vada right now. Or Varder.
Yeah. I mean, if you want somebody on security, I can grab Thralic and help out, but...
Well, no, it was more about, I think we should have somebody looking into cracking the encryption so that we can send messages out if we need to. Because this is not looking... Oh, is it already taken care of? Sorry, I was gone. So...
Oh, no, it's not taken care of. I was just talking about doing that with Thralic earlier, because...
Yeah.
She has investigation as well.
We need to be kind of sneaky about it. But I definitely think that's something that, like, one of us should tell the crew to be working on before we leave.
Yeah, that makes sense. Got something caught in my throat. So, I'll be off mic for a minute.
Okay.
So we'll leave that as an idea for Myth to take over Frolic. And they come back, maybe. My plan was to also go down to the planet and try and find the doctor. I'd probably send him a message to see if he's available. Dr. C.
Do you have a favor with the doctor?
I do.
With that favor, you can invoke that favor and spend it to get a rapid response to the point of them willing to meet you wherever and whenever you want. Like they're just going to clear their schedule and they're going to meet you rather than having to do a test to get them to even talk to you. This is a nope. This is emergency. I need your help. And they just come.
Because what I'm asking him for is way more than a favor. So yeah.
So you send a message. The doctor sends you a quick message where and when.
Well, I mean, the way I did it with Javat was where he feels comfortable to try and
make
get
things
on their good side, kind of.
Yeah.
Just like wherever you'd like as soon as possible.
Yeah, that would be kind of the gist of the message, yeah. Since the only two places I know are the two hospitals. So And the military, like, lecture hall.
I'm trying to think what they would think is safe for them, honestly.
Feel safe to talk to an outsider.
Mm-hmm.
Because I don't know what's being circulated down there about us at this point.
They are going to request to meet you on your ship.
Okay.
Preferably in your office in an area or other area you believe is secure.
Office can be. Yeah, my office is fine. It's not very big. It's not as fancy as his, but I don't think Efrix cares about that.
Or you could probably request like the ready room or something, or because we're got diplomatic suites.
That's true. We have diplomatic suites.
You do specifically have those.
Yeah, maybe I'll move it to that. That's fair. I forget about that because I never leave my office. These are new experiences for both Vesh and Efrix. It's been a long time since Efrix has been down on a planet.
All right. They will arrange for beam up to your ship and will happily be escorted to wherever aboard your ship you think is appropriate.
Yeah.
Grennan, are you okay?
Yeah, I'm having some real trouble with my laptop. All the audio on it is dead now. Like speakers, microphone, everything.
Oh, wow.
It is and I am having a real hard time figuring out what the problem is. I'm on my phone now. So hopefully.
Wow, yeah, that's unfortunate.
And this is a new laptop too.
Oh, oh boy. You're probably looking at a software issue there rather than a hardware issue, but
yeah, I'm working on it. So I'm mostly at your disposal.
To that end, where would you you want to beam down to the planet? That I know. Where?
I think I should meet with those that diplomatic department.
Oh, like go to the official diplomat consulate.
Yeah, I'm the distraction.
So that's where you're going.
Frolic would like to have you have at least an escort.
Oh, I mean, absolutely.
So you wish to send a security detail with the fleet captain?
Yeah, just a couple officers.
That will be one momentum and one threat, or a crew support.
I think we should use a Kismet crew support.
Yeah, I'm fine with that.
I like how you send one with him, but you let me go on a battle cruiser by myself.
You're fine.
You're penned.
Exactly.
You are in detail.
You're a trained officer. Grennan is an otherwise trained officer.
Yeah, Grennan is a quotes trained officer.
No, he's well trained, just not in punching
Bad.
people.
Combat.
Yeah.
Also, he's considered a junior flag officer.
Mm-hmm.
Failing to send a security team with him, or him failing to bring one with him, is actually a negative reputation thing.
Oh, hey.
Oh,
But you
I
already
did not know that.
That's why you meet the admiral at the airlock with the security team.
Yeah. Like either I'm bringing mine or you're bringing yours. That has to happen. If there's suspect that there's any security risk, if it's like a friendly port to friendly port, don't worry about it. It's like I'm on Earth space dock. Yeah, don't worry about the security detail. And if we do, that's a whole new problem.
Oh, it means that there needs to be a security detail on our space dock. That means there's a security threat.
It's like Earth under attack, or
Yeah, that itself is concerning.
Yes. So,
okay. All right. So, firstly, we will attend to the meeting between Captain Penn and Leader Jervet Fietless, which I'll put up here. Aboard the battle cruiser, when you beam over, you are struck with a technological marvel all around you, everywhere you look. The people inside look like just regular people in uniform, like you've seen elsewhere on the planet. But on a glance, everything here is patently alien to you. In the truest sense of that word, you're looking at stuff that you could guess that might be a transporter that looks like a panel that does something, but there is no sweet clue as to what anything is, how anything works. No one's touching any panels, no one's saying anything out loud, but the computers are doing things. Some bits of the ship seem to be automated, yet sometimes it requires someone to look at it or touch it. Others have blinking colored panels that change. Occasionally, people hold out a hand to warn you to stop for a second, and your escort kind of puts a gentle hand on your arm to make sure you don't walk out into traffic. And in front of you, there's nothing. You're not seeing anything. There's nothing going on. You're not hearing anything. It's a lot of that for a few decks, and it's a very busy ship. Think like the old TOS, like packed sardine level of crew. Like tons of people. You stand out obviously because you're wearing black. They're wearing all black, but you have the Starfleet uniform stands out among all the stark black and gold uniforms. Eventually, you're brought to an office that looks like some of the offices you've seen on the planet. With the golden golden walls and a room. Oh, it seems to be some lettering on the walls, various colored panels blinking and showing different gradients of light. Some display panels, that much you can discern. There's some writing or some readings that the leader, Jervet Fietless, is looking at across this big holographic panel that's floating in the air in front of him. Kind of looks through the display. Captain, in the display vanishes. Sorry about that. The lights change, and you feel that your eyes feel a little more at ease, and the air actually feels there's almost that scent of home. Like it feels familiar.
Leader Javat, it's a pleasure to meet you again, and I'm glad you could meet me on such short notice.
I could not help but meet you in person, Captain. He holds out a hand to you.
Well, I'll shake.
You feel a presence approach you, but it doesn't probe. It's almost like it almost seems like it makes itself obvious. The presence makes itself obvious, almost like this person's. It'd be like the psychic equivalent of patting you down for weapons, but it's a very overt action to let you know that's what they're doing, and then they back off the minute they're done.
I assume you're satisfied?
You are not an agent, and you are not under influence. How can I help you? He lets go of your hand and steps back a arm's length.
I assume you are aware of your was it his uncle or was it his father?
Uncle.
Was it uncle? I am assuming you are aware your uncle has kidnapped a Federation diplomat.
He's under the impression that you are part of a scout in force for the Quaqua military, and that this is all a ruse. Or at least that's what he's going to present to the Grand Forum.
As you're well aware, that isn't the case. So, considering the senator has made that assumption, I also assume you are aware of that there is a mechanized infantry coming from the Baron of Lilori to the Woohoo Illuminated Worlds.
We overheard your communication from them to you.
And I assume that's why you decided to shadow the Kismet, correct?
I am under orders to destroy the hostile alien craft should it make any aggressive actions against the world. Now, those orders were worded, so to speak, in that way, and those are the orders that I am obeying.
You understand that the Quaqua are mobilizing because of what you did in the previous engagement, correct?
This I am aware of. Although I will say that it is only the Baron, the Prince of the Quaqua, has not mobilized his mechanized infantry. A single ship and a handful of exosuits are going to smash themselves against the illuminated worlds because one Baron wishes to have glory. Shakes his head.
Such as one leader wished to have glory testing his new weapon out. All actions have consequences.
The difference between his action is he does what he does for pride, I did to stop evil. If the Chigoans are not stopped, they will obliterate star system after star system. Yours and ours. Your space is not as populated as our worlds are that are closer. But both of us, everyone in this region, is imperiled by these
Star killers.
Yes, let's use that word.
That is why we have arranged meetings with the Chigo concern about dismantling their super weapons, as we are trying to do with you. As it stands, the Quaqua want an apology. That's it. Then they will stand down. That's one war averted. If we can get both yourself and the Chigo to disarm your super weapons, we can't stop you from fighting a war, but that's a war the Federation will join on neither side. If you kill a diplomat, then I'm sorry, but you have to understand, even if you destroy the Kismet, and the technology you have, that's not something the Woohoo truly want, is it?
Captain, if I were of the Senate, I might be able to do something. As it stands, I'm an officer of the Illuminated Worlds, beholden to the orders of the consuls and their duly elected senators. Whatever my personal feelings about my uncle's actions, whatever my beliefs in fighting force with equivalent force, it matters nothing if the Senate nor the consuls agree. I cannot, and nor am I authorized to, act independently against the illuminated worlds. If it was just an apology, I would, but that is something that must be authorized by the Senate, and that is not something I can do on my own. Even if I did, I'd summarily be detained and stripped down, and then the apology would likely be retracted by someone far more red-minded than I.
May I ask you I'm sorry, I'm still learning the full intricacies of your Senate. Is it possible for family members to inherit positions if something goes wrong?
Sounds like a threat.
He looks off like he's actually thinking about it.
I do not mean to put any strange thoughts in your head, but if the worst were to happen, would you, even temporarily, inherit the title of senator?
As the senior member of the worlds of the family, I would be... I think I see what you're thinking, but I'd be your words, custodian of the estate. Senators usually put in votes or policies that are to be upheld until their replacement is elected. I wouldn't be able to act independent. I would become senator, but I wouldn't be allowed to act independent of the orders. Not the orders, but the estate. Or if I did, I'd be immediately disbarred from thrown from the Senate and censored.
But if your uncle were to be deemed, shall we say, medically unfit or unsound of mind?
The only thing that would get me independence was him having to surrender the proxy vote to me to represent Fietless in the Senate on his behalf for a period no longer than 30 days. At which point, the consul has to send someone else to check on him to make sure that he's able to re-empower me to make proxy votes on my own conscience. But he has to surrender that right. If he is rendered incapable, then it falls back to his proxy orders to ensure stability of the Senate.
Then how would you suggest, if such a situation were to possibly arise, for you to gain the proxy rights?
He would either have to, by writing or by sonic impression, communicate to me clearly that wish. At which point, whether in writing or upon my mind, I'd be able to present such evidence to the Senate, and I'd be allowed to act as a proxy for 30 days.
And how would you suggest we go about making that happen?
Captain, I'm no politician. I'm a military officer. I had no designs of Senate. I'm just an officer trying to do his duty. As for the machinations of the Capitol, I've been trying desperately to stay away from such things. What I know is simply matters that any child is taught in school.
For my entire career, for my entire life, as I was raised by the military arm of the Federation. I have followed orders, done what the Federation has needed, no matter how dark it is. But now, I'm in a situation where I have to uphold the lighter side of what the Federation and Starfleet represent. This isn't what I envisioned for myself, but here I am, doing the best I possibly can.
Presence, Command, or Con difficulty 4. As there is an idea he has, but he seems incredibly reluctant to even voice it. But your speech and what you've said before might push him over. It was Diff 5 because it's acting against the Illuminated Worlds, but it's been decreased because you were calling in a favor. So it's like, well, he's going to give you a break because, well, he does respect your opinion for now, at least. Hopefully, this idea doesn't get him in more trouble than it's worth.
Okay, so I am thinking of focuses to try and stretch. The only ones I can think of possibly stretching are former operative, poker face, team dynamics, and survival. I'll even take double increased complication.
I would take a single complication. However, which focus you choose influences what answer he gives you. Like he's going to choose based on the tone you took in the speech.
Could I take team dynamics? Like, I don't want it just to be a case of me using him. I want it to be mutual, like trying to build a partnership.
Yeah, I get what you're saying. Yeah. So complication, though.
Oh yeah, I'll take it. GM, I am going to roll 6 challenge dice.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Oh, you want to take 3? Usually you get all 6.
I feel like statistically it's usually like 5.
5 or 6, but yeah, it's never usually this good for me.
Yeah.
I'll reroll the con. Gain 2 momentum. And that was a comp 0. That was a 19, so huzzah.
What I could do, given that we don't have much time, is I assume you have connections with a senator or two since you came to this world.
Out of character, that would be the Deta Pretor? Predator?
The Predator or the senator that the doctor knows.
Yes, I seem to have won over the Senator Predator.
Right. He could call for an emergency sitting of the Senate and give you, as a guest of the worlds, the floor to make your case. What I can try to do, I'd have to resign my commission and renounce my family name, but I could come with you as a witness to the facts of the matter and present what I know to the Senate, which it won't get me the proxy, but it can, and it won't even, I doubt it would even strip him of his senatorship, but politically, a senior member of one's family denouncing you in an open forum would be devastating. It would ruin my career, but it would ruin him too. Now, what that does for the rest of his loyalists, That's a matter that I can't really speak to. I don't know who his successors are. I'm too detached. In theory, I would be if I was at all, if I had any allusions to the Senate. But this method means that I can speak in your behalf. I can attest to what I know and do as much damage as possible. But after that, it's up to you. That pulls him out of the equation. However, you still need to convince a significant portion of the Senate to your cause. Otherwise, this simply is just a character assassination, so to speak. Which, for the isolationists, insularists, will be a success, but for you, does not solve your imminent problem of apology and war. That's a different discussion.
Luckily, the senior staff, including the fleet captain and the doctor, have been reaching out to different senators, different high-ranking medical officials, and myself, different generals, and we've been making our case.
Let us hope it's successful then.
But what stands for you after this?
Private life. I'll probably have to join as a free security officer with some group or another, maybe become a consultant. Might even get a job with the Pretber family.
I do apologise it has come to this, but the fact that you are going this far shows that you realise it is needed.
What I ask of you for all this is to ensure, no matter what, the Jagoan weapons are stopped.
We have strict orders. If they do not agree to dismantle, the Federation will step in. That is a certainty.
He waves his hand, and then holographic displays appear in front of both of you. Yours kind of shifts for a second as you're looking at alien lettering and numbering that makes no sense to you, and then it very slow as you think about a computer console that makes sense to you, a holographic L-cards display appears in front of you. Although the emblem is of the Woohoo Illuminated Worlds as the standby screen rather than the Federation emblem or the Starfleet emblem. You and I have communications to make.
I believe we do. Thank you.
And with a thought, you're able to control the computer in front of you.
Yay!
Efrix. 1 down, 2 to go. Is Efrix back? Yes, I can hear you now.
Okay.
Now to Diplomatic Suite. Near you. As you sit in private diplomatic suite rooms aboard the Kismet.
Is that new
Well,
scene?
Dr. Efrix. New scene, yes. Well, Dr. Efrix, I got your message and came here as soon as I could. What is it exactly that you need my help with?
Not going to lie, things aren't exactly the way we were hoping they would go. What's the name of the guy that took? Sorry, I didn't write it down.
Senator Fiatless, or Proconsul Fiatless.
Right, yeah. Senator Fiatless has kidnapped and is now holding hostage a member of our staff, an ambassador. I can't
stress enough that if something happens to him or something happens to the captain as a result, the likelihood of this exchange of information that we've set up going through is significantly reduced.
You'll feel a presence on your mind, almost like someone's resting their hand on your forehead. And then it lets go. Okay. So you're not feverish or delusional. You actually know that for fact. That's okay.
Oh, that's the cutest way to take a temperature. That's so cute. Sorry. Out of character. Um
Well, my apologies, doctor, but what do you want me to do?
I know that you're interested in sharing ideas, but that you lean more towards the non-imperialistic side of your politics. But given how middle of the road you are, you have to have allies on both sides, right?
The senator smiles. Middle of the road.
That
Like,
probably isn't even something that she would say, to be honest. It's very human.
um, I could try to speak with another senator about it. I suppose it'd be the senator, the committee, the standing committee on diplomatic affairs, internal peace and security, Senate of the committee of safety, health safety wouldn't be. Right.
It's
Have you reported this to the Capitol security forces? No, yeah, he was kidnapped by a senator. Right, I get it.
yes. There
Right.
is a general that knows about it because the demands were made during Captain Pinn's impromptu lecture on peace and Federation values.
That was the one at the military academy.
It was.
Oh no. Um, you wouldn't know that, right? Um, Doctor, I don't mean to alarm you. But it's common. It is an old fable that when a general promises to handle a thing, they are referencing the handle of the blade that struck down the president of the last republic to take drastic action in defense of the war of illumination. This general is going to solve your problem by steel, is my understanding. Well, I suppose.
A bit worried
Right.
about that.
So, okay, we have a general who's on a personal quest to murder another senator, a standing senator, who is a proconsul, who, okay, all right, that's,
Didn't mean to make your job harder. Apologies.
no, I just don't know,
It's a bit above your pay grade. I understand. She says and kind of shrugs.
give me presence medicine difficulty 2. The senator is
Right.
kind of breaking down a little,
Freaking out.
they're
That's
freaking out
fair.
pretty bad.
That's fair. That's kind of like when Grinnon was asking me, what should we do? I'm like, counseling.
as a focus.
Yes.
I mean, if it
Yay.
doesn't apply now, I don't know when it ever will.
I know. I'm like, hey, I didn't change it this time to something else. I kept it, and it's actually useful. I'd like a momentum for cautious, please. Eight.
What was it, diff
Fish?
2?
Should I fish?
Yeah, go for it.
Eight.
Yeah, what was the diff?
2.
Good job, Doc.
You're able to slowly bring the senator back around to focus as the senator just begins to just ramble for a bit, talking about various
Yeah.
committees and subcommittees and just getting lost for a second. You slowly have to kind of guide them back to the imminent situation.
Focus on your breathing.
Right.
We didn't
Wait,
just
how's the
uncover
general
one
going
plot, we uncovered 2. Great.
how is the general going to deal with it? How does he know? Does he know where the kidnapping happened, where he's being held?
He doesn't, as far as I know, we were not given that information, but he knows where the trade-off is supposed to happen. The demands were that my captain meet him at noon, midday.
Midday?
Have,
Okay.
in front of the steps of the oh gosh, brain.
Forum.
The Senate.
The
basically.
forum. Yeah. The
Senate forum.
Yeah.
Oh.
Whatever it is,
Okay.
it's supposed to be public. The senator apparently
Oh.
views Captain Grinnan as a danger.
Well, Well, I'm no tactician or anything, but I think this general intends to arrest. I mean, he'll do it by blade and arguably illegally. Unless the council support him. Anyway, focus. Yeah. At the meeting, I think on the plus side, good news. I don't think the general's just going to go into the senator's house and just murder him. I think he's going to wait till the meet and then detain his agents and then find where the hostage is and then treat this like it's a military rescue operation.
Okay.
Although once he does that, the entirety of the planet's going to know about it. So it's going to be he'll either turn into the fastest military action on Wudra or the bloodiest.
Our idea, regardless of what was going to happen, which we didn't really see a way out of it, but sounds like maybe he has more idea than we do, was to at least see the idea that what he's doing is wrong with as much of the Senate as we can.
The general?
No. The kidnapping of our ambassador.
You want to speak at the Senate?
Not me. But if we could get your allies to spread the rumor, they're powerful things.
Doctor, I'm not junior anymore, I guess, but I'm no proconsul. I'm no high senator. I've been here for a while. I can talk to some people I know, but I don't know if I could turn the Senate at the next sitting. And by the sound of it, the next sitting would be long after your deadline this evening. If I were to make one sooner, it would have to be an emergency sitting, and I don't know how I might be able to get my colleagues on both sides to agree, but I don't know if I could convince the consuls about it, let alone the proconsuls and their.
No,
factions.
I'm not talking about the higher ups, at least not from our end. but it only takes a couple people telling a couple more people, and suddenly the story gets out to the whole Senate.
I can promise you to try and see how far it goes. I've never done such a thing before.
We do have a few more contacts higher up the ranks than you or I, but it never hurts to have numbers.
All right. All right.
And if you need, at least on the medical side, and even on your on the sharing of information side, the fact that whatever the outcome of this, if it actually happens, and if things go wrong, that puts this deal that we made in big jeopardy. That information may not then be shared if things go wrong. It's worth a try.
I will see how many are as impassioned about xenobiology as I am. Maybe there's more people who believe in it than I think, but all right, I have.
And the science side, that may be enough to get people to be like, hey, we don't want this to happen, you know?
The senator stands up. Well, then I believe I need to return back to the planet.
Thank you very much for your time and your help, and I'm sorry for putting more work on you.
Not to be alarmist, but should this become a night of steel, could I trust in you to have safe passage away from this place as a political refugee?
The Federation recognizes that, yes, absolutely.
Very good. Well, always nice to have a safety net. The senator starts leaving.
Best favors we've ever obtained, guys.
Hey, to be fair, this is somehow still going a lot better than I thought it would.
I'm real afraid that we're gonna get a bunch of people killed.
Fleet Captain Grennan.
Currently has his mic turned off. I think he's trying to fix it again.
Him, so, yeah. Oh, ouch.
Be careful, hiccups hurt.
They do.
Grennan, could I get you back? I was going to switch to a scene with you in it.
You have 10 seconds to respond to this message.
The little bar going down.
Always switch to Thralic while we're waiting.
That's true. Let's switch up this Thralic.
Yeah, because I think we need this one to kind of help with the Senate meeting as well, don't we?
So Thralic. Did I already take the new scene?
Yes, you did.
Okay, good. Thralic, you are looking at. If you're trying, I believe the attempt was to try to get to pierce the communications.
Yeah. Pierce or workaround.
No, it's not that high. Good God. Oh, I remember what I was gonna do. You're not gonna like this.
When do we ever?
I mean, it depends from what perspective. Oh, there goes Grennan again.
It is an extended task to figure out a way to pierce this rather enveloping, because you're basically on the capital world of a large stellar civilization, and trying to pierce the combined efforts of their navy and get a message out. Likely trying to get a message out without being noticed at the same time.
Would
but
she be able to order Valashana to do it?
Possibly. I have some possible ideas though.
Now, interval wise, I have to figure out how many intervals you have right now. I'm assuming you guys did this bright and early, so you should have some time. And Throg probably started doing this as soon as they knew that.
Yeah.
We're
Well,
gonna say,
if we're going by from when we started with 15 intervals at the whole start of the Woodra thing, I think we had 7 left.
oh no, that's days. That's a day interval. You don't want to use those.
Oh, okay. No, I just thought. Fair enough.
These ones are out like hours. I was like, yeah, I'll call it 12 intervals before any further work on piercing it will be pointless because the meeting will have had to have happened by that point.
12 intervals sounds good.
So work 9, magnitude 2, difficulty 4, resistance 2, control engineering, assisted by comms engineering of the Kismet.
Can I swing security for this?
At complication.
Okay. I'll take complication. And then...
Oh, sorry. I'll let you choose which way the complication swings. My bad. It can either be a diff increase or a resistance increase.
Oh, so not complication range increase?
Right.
Alright.
Question about the ship roll, GM.
Yeah.
If we end up going the security route, can we switch it to comms security?
That would make sense, yeah.
Take an increase in difficulty.
Okay.
And then I'd like to leverage the trait military family to decrease the difficulty.
Decrease difficulty or so you upped it and then you brought it back down. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, that works.
So, haha, middle finger.
You invoke the trait?
This is what traits are for. She's one of our only supporting characters who has a trait beyond the species trait. Alright, control security. I'm good at that. Nope, don't have reroll stuff. So just diff 4. Diff 4, no rerolls.
Maybe
That's fun.
2 momentum and a threat?
Yeah, I'm definitely rolling 4 dice. I'm considering rolling 5 dice.
That'll be 4 and 2.
Yeah, let's go 4 and 2. And then since I leverage the trait, can I also use the focus of military history?
I'll take it, yeah.
Cool.
Pulling upon some old Andorian tactics.
Yeah.
It's like, you know our Starfleet codes, you don't know the old Imperial Guard codes. I mean, no one uses them for good reason.
Well, the Imperial Guard uses them. I'm just getting a message to the Imperial Guard, and then they're relaying it to Starfleet. And where's the right name here? There we go, Throlic. Well, I made the roll, but there's a complication.
Will squash.
Sounds good. So we generate 1 momentum.
That's better than nothing.
6 challenge dice, please.
True. All right. So that's 3.
Maybe spend for pacing, and that'll get you 5.
Yeah, that sounds good.
And whoops, no. That's gonna make my life harder. There we go. Boop. So 5 of 9 work. Whoops, other way around. That's how notation works. 1 of 2 magnitude. Difficulty goes down by 1. You've used 2 intervals of what you needed. So yeah, your first magnitude is that you're able to discern that there are the first thing that that Thralic has to look up is what codes anyone even listens to anymore on DSE, because like yeah, she knows all the codes, but does anyone on the other side look at? And then she recalls that the commanding officer is half Endorian, and she likely listens to certain channels regarding Imperial Guard news. Like it's actually used as a bulletin about, hey, here's the latest Andorian cultural things. It's encoded sorta because it's meant sort of a, hey, we get to talk among ourselves on our own private channel about stuff.
That's just something that the Odoronians would definitely do. Encode their newsletter.
Yep,
Why am I not surprised?
that's fair.
So that took you a couple hours to go, which one is that one? Because it's one that Throg's like, I don't ever listen to it. It's not a military history thing. It's like, the latest hockey game. Like it's stuff that's not really
Current cultural events.
like, yeah, I tune into that one all the time. But she figures out she recalls and looks up on the computer the Sportsnet, as it were. But another role, now she has to try to pierce into it through all this.
Yep. All right.
I mean, you're kind of lucky by the fact of you've got, to a degree, 5 more rolls to hit 4 more work.
Yeah. I'm thinking about how many dice to roll here.
And I'm going to peel away 4 of that work.
Oh, wonderful. Then take 3 threat. I'll roll 4 dice. Go. Oh, hey, nice.
So like 3 momentum there.
Yep.
Yeah. 3 momentum. And then 6 challenge dice. That's 5 again. If we spend 1 into
Yeah, well, we'll
nutrition there.
definitely spend for that.
5. So yeah, that's your 2 magnitude you needed. As Thralic, after about 4 hours of work, is finally able to find a way to insert herself into the discreetly into the Imperial Guard current event Sportnet subspace channel.
Yeah, this is probably just like inserting herself into the scores or something, and then attaching a file to that.
And the results for
no
yesterday's
right
fixtures was, oh shit, war starting, to nothing.
Yeah.
It's just her face Photoshop
Onto one of the players.
onto all the players.
The Kismet Tigers are struggling a bit in their latest adventure.
Yeah.
So what does Thralic communicate to Lieutenant Wright? Or does she just establish the line for now?
Good question. What all do we want to get out there, folks?
Last will and testament?
I'm good on that one.
It may be worth it just to hold.
Yeah. Yeah.
But the fact that we can now speak to people is important. In case we
Yeah,
need to.
that's a good ace in the hole.
Right. I think at minimum we want to communicate that regular Starfleet channels are being jammed.
Yeah, because that way they'll definitely know to like be paying attention to this channel going forward.
Yeah.
Present security difficulty 2. I make it 1 because I know because Wright's pretty getting a communication like this, she'll be a little jumpy. So
Right.
knowing the character.
That's kind of why I recommended it for the job.
Mm-hmm.
I'll spend 1 momentum here because presence is
Cruel
not great.
pet.
Or no, I recommended it because it was the GM's character. It makes it easier for us.
And then let's see. Don't think I have a focus here. Yeah, investigation would be a real stretch. Rolling 3. Ah! No.
Oh no! Well, you hit it.
I did hit it. I also rolled a 20. Stop that. Assisted by the ship, right?
No.
Uh,
Communication from right back is acknowledged. Slight problem. 2 problems. 1, Peltus no longer in system. Peltus is answering a distress call from nearby Federation Starfleet vessel. They're in active combat with somebody. And the Maxwell Planck is currently not communicating back with DSE. So the most she could possibly send if you were in peril would be the fighters that she has at her command, who will take, unless it's a Klingon fighter on its own, it's going to take them days to get there. But at the very least, she can keep the channel open and record any transmissions.
yeah.
For evidentiary's sake.
Great. That's Throllick's response.
Oh, and good news, the Argo is on its way taking all the prisoners, and then she fills in Throllick on what's happened in the last while.
Oh, excellent. It's all fantastic.
On that note, do we have you back, Grennan?
This is not.
Yes, I'm back. I'm not in the roll 20 though.
That's okay.
If any rolls have to be made,
You can just surrender. You don't have to roll.
I can pull up your sheet.
New scene.
To roll.
So, Fleet Captain Grennan, you're being down to the planet, and you're walking through the streets of the capital, heading toward the diplomatic offices, the diplomatic ministry, if you will. You're walking through past a fountain and some trees, a sort of walkway where people rest and relax. Because your security and yourself both have it in mind, like, yeah, let's not like walking in the alleyways or anything. That seems like a bad idea, considering the situation. It's a short walk. It's a quick little jaunt. As you know, you beam somewhere that you're approved to beam, and then you're just going to walk over. But in that, unfortunately, as you're walking through the square, Grennan's going to have to give me an insight security roll. Thankfully, the difficulty has been reduced by 1 because there's a security team helping him. So it is an opposed roll, but effectively, Grennan has 1 free hit.
Okay. How much momentum do we have?
0. None.
Awesome. How much threat does the game? Oh, we don't know that, right?
You do 8.
Oh, 8 threat. Take a threat.
8 threat. Got it.
A threat. You ass.
No, I heard 8.
Yeah, I don't know what you're buying with that.
Everybody's terrible.
God.
Yeah, a threat for a die, I presume.
Yes. And I don't have any of them. That's whatever.
Do I not have my core book open? I don't. That's a book I should have open. I kind of need it. Ah.
Wait, you read your book?
Not those ones, but there it is. I usually have these open before I start.
I had to completely reset my laptop. Well, I was able to keep the files, but I had to completely reinstall Windows.
Oh no, that's always fun.
Yeah, all the audio drivers got corrupted.
One hit with a complication, which ties with your one hit and a complication.
Why?
Wait, you didn't roll. You didn't roll. That's Thrall.
No, wait, that's Thrall's roll.
Yeah, I've not
Okay.
got access to his sheet.
I do. Sorry, I was tapped over. What's the roll here?
Oh, I thought I rolled one hit in a complication.
No, I did for
Roll.
Thralic, and then I'm also going to be rolling for you.
That would have been really funny, though.
It would have been.
Both get one hit in a complication. That would have been great.
Yeah, sorry. What were the stats in the roll?
Insight security.
Insight security. There we go.
Honestly, not my worst stats either.
Yeah, no, that's decently. It's a 14.
He gave a threat, so it's 3 dice.
Dice. I can't find Grennan in the list, so it's coming through as Thralic. Hey, you got 2 hits and a complication.
But we technically got
Why?
3 successes, so can we just cancel out our comp?
Yes, because you'd have 2 at the end of it. Yep. So granted, on a glance, looking through the square, you've been through the city a few over the days, and there's many squares with impressive statues or beautiful works of art, or sometimes you'd see even like digital displays showing various events happening across the illuminated world. This one has a fountain. It's one of those nice, relaxing parks to enjoy nature and a bit of quiet amongst the busy city. But this time, there's no one really here other than yourself, your security detail, and 3 suspiciously armed and arrayed individuals who seem to be waiting in the square, who haven't noticed you walk into the square yet. But you get the feeling that they were trying to be like, they look obviously like they're waiting for somebody to show up. And they didn't see you yet. They just kind of, they're too busy. They're looking at each other and making that woohoo knowing glance at each other of communicating psychically to each other. The thing is, they're being so obvious, they're actually nodding at each other unnecessarily. So they're kind of giving away they're talking to each other.
I sort of motioned for my 2 Starfleet officers to stay back. And then give the silent nod over to them. Like, hey, look at those guys, and hope that they pick up, the obvious, like the obvious fact that there are people waiting in ambush for me. Can you all hear me? Oh, there we go.
Yep.
Yeah.
I was waiting for you to stop. The one of them looks at you, and without saying anything, without thinking too hard about it, it gives you a look of, that knowing look of orders. Like, what do you want us to do? We see them now. What do you want us to do about it?
Okay, so what is this square like?
It's a large, like public park sort of square. It's stone work floors, some hedges around a central fountain with some benches. Near some trees in the corners of the park, there are other benches. The people who were ambushing you, one is sitting at near the fountain. The other two are on opposite corners of the park and is sitting on benches under trees.
I guess we should find another route around.
That will be a reason con roll, difficulty 2. Just find another way to get to the building you wanted to go to.
Okay. We have any momentum?
Nope, it was spent to kill that complication.
Gosh. Damn it. Guess take another threat.
Huzzah. All right, Myth, if you could give us the captain's reason con with 3 dice. 0 across the board.
Yep, that sounds about right.
No comp.
Great. Awesome.
I mean, we do have one success for the security team.
It's not a security roll.
I know.
Okay.
Yeah, you think about it, and you're like, geez, that you can't think of any other way to get into that building that isn't literally just beaming into the building or jumping through a window.
No building ever has a back door.
Yeah. Perhaps then... I guess we could try to sneak past.
You could.
Be very, very quiet.
It would be a fitness security roll opposed by their insight security roll.
Security.
I don't think this is something you want to take on.
No, it's not.
Wait. Present security to bluff your way past.
I'm not the red-haired human you're looking for. Wait.
Exactly.
I mean, you could try. That is the thing you could do. They would have the complication of one. Their complication would cancel out yours because they know what you look like and what your mental state is.
Wait a second. I forget because of the way the woohoo are supposed to look. Are they all darker skinned?
Mostly, yep.
Okay. Then I can't pretend to be one of them.
No, you don't look like you're one of the. You don't look. Well,
I am very. Okay, no. Grennan is pasty.
You don't look like from. I will say that you don't look like you're from the capital. The capital is a very hot world, so a lot of people here tend to be of darker tone because it's a very sunny world, and most people like being outdoors. So other planets may have differing shades of skin tone.
So here's my proposition, Grennan. Try and swing present security, and then use your theater focus.
Or here's another. Oh yeah, I could do that. Present security, theater focus. Just try to blend. Well, there's no one to blend in with. Because it's literally just them.
Right, but like maybe theater focus to kind of like alter your mental state enough. I don't know. Yeah. I'm trying here.
Yeah, unfortunately, Grennan's not built for assassination attempts.
Yeah.
I'm just trying to get a better role here for you than fitness security.
Oh, I've got it. It's kind of risky, but it might work. What if I got my security officers to go up to the two separate groups? They'd have to split up, but they go up to those two security officers, those two my assailants in waiting, and basically play dumb tourist.
It would be a control security opposed by their insight security.
And they'd have to make the rolls, or
You'd be making. You're directing your guys what you want them to do. You get a free hit because your security guys are helping you pull off the con, but
yeah. Wouldn't it be present security? Because I'm having them play stupid.
you're giving them very specific instructions that you need them to follow so you can pass by freely. You're not convincing them of anything. They're on board. They're like, yeah, no, we're going to do it, but how are we going to do it?
Okay.
I think your best role might be just still trying to act past them.
But you said control security. Is that what you just said?
Yes.
Oh man.
Just
That's
give him
that's
jazz
literally
hands.
the same as fitness security.
Yeah.
Yeah, just do jazz hands and walk through the square past them.
Vigorous jazz hands.
Just do jazz hands past them, Brennan. It'll be fine. That allows you to use your presence.
God. Yeah, I mean, I suppose I could. I could just pretend like I'm supposed to be there. Would it be possible to find? Because I assume I'm wearing my captain's uniform.
Oh, yeah, I'd assume so, too. You're on
Okay.
official business out in the open.
Okay, here's my thought then. Would I be able to find like a shop nearby, and I can just like buy some clothes?
For a threat, you could.
I will do that.
You turn around and walk away from the square briefly to purchase yourself some clothes.
And then I'll give.
Does
I
your
will
security
hand.
detail also get any sort of change?
No, because I'm going to hand my clothes over to the security detail. Not have them put them on. Just I want to get them off my person. And I am going to have them walk through the square at about the same time as me, in the opposite direction of where I want to go.
Oh,
You see what I'm doing here?
yeah.
I'm having
them be a distraction.
Yeah,
Yeah.
they're going to be the very clearly, obviously dressed in Starfleet uniform security officers walking across the square.
That would be a presence security role. However, once you succeed, succeed or fail, if you fail, you're gonna be quite a distance. They're gonna be on the opposite side of the square from you. If you succeed, you're gonna be separated from them because they're going south and you're going north, effectively.
Right. I mean, I'll give them orders to, after a few minutes, go the same way. Like come
Catch up
back.
eventually.
Double back. Yep.
Yeah, double back. The goal is just to get me across the square.
Yep, that works.
So
Two.
I will
Two.
unfortunately give you another threat because we don't have any momentum.
Well, he's just spent 6 threat.
Ooh, okay. I'm giving you 2 more threat on top of that.
Yeah,
All right.
I thought I'd make that clear to you, considering you can't see him spend a threat.
Uh-huh. All right, we're rolling 4 here with a focus in theater, present security.
Do. And
Hey,
Do.
Grennan, you rolled 2 crits and 2 successes.
Hey, pretty good. That's pretty good.
See, jazz hands work.
Well, let's see what the others get.
We outdid them by 2.
Okay, good. GG. Give me a second.
GG, get wrecked.
GG no re.
Theater for the win.
I love when I get to use that. Hang on.
Ah, awesome. Great.
Oh, gods in heaven.
Oh boy,
Jesus.
you're loud now.
Adjusting volume. There we go.
Yeah, I got my computer, everything back up and
Yeah, oh, I know.
Yeah, we heard.
You jumped about 50% in volume suddenly. It was just like, what happened?
that might be better. Is that
Well,
better?
now you're too quiet for me.
Whoops. Sorry.
Fantastic.
Try again.
How about now?
Too quiet.
Still on the quiet side.
Okay, let me. How about now? Quiet.
I can hear you.
Okay. There we go.
Yes, you insert yourself. You infiltrate the diplomatic offices on the upper city of the capital, dressed as a regular person of the city. Well, not of the city, but of the illumination.
And I will wait for my security detail to double back around.
They don't seem to come in. You wait like a good 10 minutes or so, and they don't show up.
Can we make an advantage for them to show up?
I spent 2 to make them not.
Oh, great. Okay. Well, I guess I'm gonna have to go in without my uniform and without my security team.
You're gonna be in trouble.
So,
Well, at least you probably still have like your ID, like your comm badge.
see, I
I'm
was just about to
presuming.
say, if he hasn't got his com badge, if
Yeah,
we scan
I
for
would-
humans, can we just scan for dumbasses?
Well, yeah, I will have brought my comm badge with me because to not bring it with me would be unimaginably risky. All right, I guess I'm gonna have to go in then.
You walk into a grand open space, few people milling around, beautiful artworks on decorating the walls and ceiling. Looks more like an artistically panoplied cathedral than a government facility. But you walk up to a large counter where it looks to be carved of marble of some variety. And the person kind of looks up at you.
Hello, forgive the forgive the dress. I thought I would experience some of the local culture. I'm Fleet Captain Harmon Grennan of the USS Kismet, and he takes out his comm badge.
The functionary stares at you, stares at the object you present. Citizen, are you aware that it is a crime to impersonate a member of the Navy? Presence plus command, difficulty 2. They think you. They unfortunately for you, they think that you're one of your woo dressed who's walking up to them.
Law focus?
Yeah.
Presence command. I'm gonna spend 1 momentum for a 3rd die.
Yep.
Hey, I don't have to be Grennan anymore. That's good.
Wow.
We all feel like that, don't worry.
It's not what I meant.
Sure, it wasn't.
So yeah, two momentum generated. Eventually, the person kind of you remind him that if he feels so inclined, he is welcome to scan your mind to verify your identity because you know that's a way to verify who you are in this society.
Mm-hmm.
And you know that they legally won't delve any further. They'll delve as much as needed and then move away. So you get the psychic equivalent of your identity being verified. And then, oh. How can I help you, fleet captain.
I'm here to have a meeting with some of the senators pertaining to the diplomatic branch of Xeno Affairs.
Do you have an appointment?
I assume I would have tried to schedule.
You just got here.
God damn it.
Did we not set that up in advance?
I'm
Well,
afraid. Can I spend 2 momentum to have an appointment?
Sure.
Yes, I do have an appointment.
It says to come back in 6 months' time, unfortunately.
So, yes. Oh, you do have an appointment. It seems the senator that you are speaking with is aboard the... Oh, no, they moved. Hold on. Sorry, one moment, please.
No problem.
Where did you go? They sit back in their chair and take a deep breath, and then they close their eyes for a second. It would seem, he looks at you finally. It would seem that the senator you have an appointment with is currently meeting with one of the consuls at the moment for an emergency briefing. I'm in communication with them. Sorry, give me a moment. I can get you in at 2 in the afternoon.
What time is it now? Out of character.
It's like 10 or so, mid-morning.
Very well. If it's not too much to pry, who is the senator meeting with that it's so necessary to push my appointment?
Consul Delan.
Have I heard that name?
You know, since you've been taught about how their system works, that's one of the 2 consuls of the Illuminated Worlds.
Oh, wow.
That's why your meeting's being pushed forward. Like, no, they're meeting with the consul right now. One of the consuls right now. You're gonna have to wait.
I see. I do think, unless you've already spoken with them on the matter specifically, they may be interested in what I have to talk with them about. I assume you informed them of my arrival.
They are aware. I'm in communication with them right now.
I see.
They shrug. What is this matter about?
This matter concerns allegations regarding certain other senators.
What sort of allegations? You can tell that they look like there's a pause, like they're waiting for someone to talk on the other end of a phone, sort of pause. They look very displeased at being a telephone right now.
Allegations regarding violence towards foreign diplomats.
Which ones?
And he looks at the receptionist, and he just sort of does that top to down motion of himself.
Yes, that is the question I asked.
Federation diplomats.
There are no Federation diplomats on this planet. They
There
further
is.
bowed at you.
I brought one with me.
Have they registered with the with this office?
We were unable to do so before the violence was enacted upon them. This was to be our next stop.
Okay. Well, give me presence command difficulty 2. This, you get the feeling this person's about to give you the bureaucratic runaround, but you can kind of press upon them that you're not just asking this for a lark. This is serious.
Okay. Diplomacy or law?
Yeah, I'll take diplomacy.
Spending a momentum. Gonna re-roll that one. Okay. Better than nothing. I got the momentum back.
Very well. What's their name? They start typing on the computer.
Bonsab.
Sorry, they don't type. They look at the computer. I forgot where they are.
Bedris Bonsab.
They look at you for a moment. Oh, looks back at their screen. Oh, yes. We have them registered as a guest that was aboard the Impounded to Pren. I believe he's on charges for failure to pay port dues.
Really?
Yes. Wait. Why would they detain him and not you? You're the officer.
And Brennan crosses his arms and just quirks an eyebrow, sort of to urge him on the line of, there you go, you're poking holes in it, keep going.
Well, if you'll give me a moment, I will communicate with the senator who is taking him. Oh, well, that's good. I know exactly where they are. They're in the protective custody of Senator Fiatless, since they are considered a guest of the world instead of being held in the cells. So they're your diplomat is at the Fiatless estate here on the Capitol.
Isn't that odd? Why would they be? Why would a criminal be held at the personal estate of a senator? Why not in a proper proper detainment facility?
Well, I believe you're getting a certain level of preferential treatment because you're guests of a newly encountered alien species. So, I mean, I admit that this is somewhat of miscarriage of justice, that someone of your employ is evading their fines. Then again, it's a small fine. You should really just pay the fine, and then you can get him back. Would you like to pay it here?
How much is the fine?
2 threat worth, as he gives you a exorbitant fine. That it's one of those, like, you can afford it, but you know that this money will not be in your favor because you get the feeling this will go directly into Fiatless's pocket, and that can't be a good thing.
Oh God.
Well, money's the wrong word. Resources. Like he starts listing off like stuff where you're like, it's nothing illegal, but it's like, yeah, that's not good news.
What do you guys think? Because effectively what he's asking me to do is he's asking me to create a complication.
I think it's good because then hopefully through this you eliminate the kind of bureaucratic nonsense that has Bonsab being legally held, and then he's being illegally held if they don't release him.
Yeah.
Yeah. Go for it.
Okay. You authorize the deal after a bit of hand waving and biometrics and calling up to the ship. No, really, send those down, sort of thing.
Mm-hmm.
I know how many tons I said.
Oh
Tons.
no. Tons.
That is an exorbitant fee.
All right. The fine has been paid. Is registered into the illumination. The worlds are now properly vetted, and oh, I've been told that you can retrieve your diplomat from the Fiatless estate at your leisure. Good day, Fleet Captain. And they look at their screen, thinking the conversation's over.
My appointment?
Hmm.
My appointment.
It's at. I said I could reschedule it for 2. They're currently speaking with the console.
Very well.
Would you like a glass of water?
That would be great.
They glance away, and very, very rapidly, someone comes up, and there's a person standing next to you, presenting a glass of water.
Takes a glass of water and he drinks it.
Next scene.
Was hell.
Meanwhile, back on Chosky 1. Oh, what was that? Sorry?
So say, how does it feel for Gren to get shafted so hard?
God. This is what I get for being fleet captain.
Yeah, pretty much.
So the structure has been built around the aperture and has been properly vetted and sealed by the various teams. It is now a makeshift building, frankly.
That's good. That's proper procedure.
Yeah.
There we go.
Would Captain Myth be against Dref getting a medkit and maybe a Type 3, considering he's the only security personnel entering?
That seems appropriate, specialist.
That is one opportunity for the med kick, 'cause he's not normally assigned it, and a rifle is 1 and 2, I want to say.
That
Ouch.
sounds right. I mean, so question: Dreth is a field medic.
Correct.
Would that get him the med kit?
The only people get it for free are medical.
Yep.
And actually, as a specialist, normally he would have to request permission to even walk around with the Type 2. Like, it doesn't cost him anything, but he has to ask permission to have it. But, oh, wait, actually, no. Medkit doesn't cost opportunity. No, it's a kit. It would cost. But normally, Type 2 phasers, as a specialist, he wouldn't be authorized to do that, but all security always get Type 2s. Because that's their primary tool of their job.
Yeah.
It's like, you always get your tool for free. So you can actually do your work, but which is why pilots get shafted, because like, my tool's the ship. Like everybody,
You get an extra ship for free.
I get a new ship. Yeah, it's called a shuttle. Get flying. Aw.
Oh.
You get to fly the captain. No. You're flying cargo. Get me my suit. Captain needs a new a set of shoes. No. I didn't join for this. I didn't sign up for this. Sorry, I'm good. Give me a second. Something in my eye. Ow.
Oh no.
Oof.
Ouchie.
I'll be right back.
Well, now that GM's blind, we can do what we want.
Everything goes
think
exactly
that's
the
how
way
that
we
works.
wanted it. Hooray!
when he rolls, we can just tell him what he got. Wink, wink.
Remember, we have to nominate one person to tell him what he got so they don't make any mistakes. I mean, conflict.
Because we certainly wouldn't do that.
Hmm. Oh, was there something you needed me to say?
No, the GM
No.
just stepped away from it.
Oh, okay.
I
Right.
We, just casually waltzing into a potential preserver installation, the biggest one we've ever found. It's fine.
And we have an android, one security officer, a science officer, and an engineer.
Yeah. Well, we
A
also have an
balanced party.
archaeological team.
Yeah.
I'm back. Ow. Hello?
Hello.
Yeah, we heard.
There you go. On the planet of Stosky 1.
So
Yes.
yeah, we're going to take some threat then for
Oh, yes.
equipment.
So,
I think you're taking 3
4.
more threat for the rifle.
3 for the rifle, 1 for the kit. So 4.
Because we definitely want a med kit down here in case something goes wrong.
Oh yeah, agreed.
Oh, did you want the phaser the mining laser thing to stay outside the structure?
I don't think we need it inside the structure.
So the archaeological team will just take that away because they don't need it anymore. They're not going to be drilling.
I mean, they could just leave it, and if we need it, we can bring it with us. Or, like, ask for them to bring it down.
I assume that the archaeological team is doing some other stuff in the area still.
Yeah, but the mining laser was for breaking away the rock. They only brought that down for that reason. They don't need it for the other stuff they're doing.
Right. Cool. So yeah, I can just be wherever then.
Okay.
All right.
Cool.
So, with the scanning platform, we're taking a look, seeing if we can get additional readings on what's on the other side of this door before we open it up, just in case.
What are you seeking to know?
So we know there's a M-class environment on the other side of the door.
Right.
We know. I guess a series of short scans to see if there's any additional security precautions beyond the door.
For one threat, I can answer that question.
Okay. Give you a threat.
It seems to be a similar design. It's not it isn't a proximity. It doesn't seem to be a proximity type security system. It's more an anti-tamper system, much like the door.
Mm-hmm.
So as long as you don't start opening up the walls and stuff, the security system won't start activating.
All right. Unless anybody else has ideas about further things to do, I think it's time to crack this open.
Oh, yeah, let's
Sounds good to
crack
me.
this egg.
Do we want to bring Ensign Kennett along with us so we have an archaeologist?
Fudge muffins. Oh, well.
Basically to know.
That's a you call.
I think it seems appropriate to bring part of
Yeah.
the archaeological team. So yeah.
He'll represent your ongoing archaeological team advantage.
Yeah. So we open up the door. And what do we find inside?
Death.
As the door opens,
No more crystals. God damn it, no more crystal bullshit.
you see an incredibly long hallway that stretches onward, and the walls and ceiling seem to be encrusted with gleaming gems. And you can see what further up ahead. You can see what the laser hit. It went all the way up to the end of this corridor and hit what looks to be a upward incline, and that suddenly seems to dip yet again. So it probably struck that, and then it scattered.
And funky jams.
Yeah, all the lights are activating in tune with it.
This is
Disco hallway. Ah,
disco.
Intriguing interior.
Well,
Everyone be on alert. We don't know what will be inside here.
It's not what
And
I
I'll
would have
begin
chosen.
just scanning.
I think Wogi will also be scanning.
I mean, with the history of our fleet, or our squadron, should we say hi to the gems?
I do not think that would be advisable.
I mean, could it hurt?
Reason is science. Finally, I get to do something else with Wogi.
I'm gonna.
Well,
sorry,
Gerbil's
go
gonna
ahead.
say hi to each gym she passes.
Oh no, Gerbil, why'd you do that? Fitness medicine.
Oh no.
And because it's one of you. Wait, no, I have to spend 2 per increase.
I'm just talking to it. I'm not touching it.
It's okay. Proximity's fine. Fitness security difficult. Security. God Almighty. Fitness medicine difficulty 5.
This is a.
God damn it!
Oh, it's fitness security?
Fitness medicine. I misspoke the first time.
Okay. No, I prefer medicine. 100%.
Does quantum theory come into play?
Yes.
Really? Okay. I didn't think that would work.
I already
Oh
used
my
that.
god!
I love this. Crew.
Wow. How?
Crewman Wogies could get busted down to 2nd class here in a second.
Yeah.
God.
This is what I get for bringing no
This-
officers aside from the ensign with me.
This is a long, like, smoothish hallway. Can I make a buy for Jeffrey's tubes?
No. Not for all the complications.
Sorry.
Oh god.
I mean,
This is the worst
wait,
timeline.
there's no way to hit a 5 unless I buy a die, so I'll buy a die with a
Wait,
threat.
hold on. Gerbil, take a determination.
Oh, okay.
I am a captain now. I can do this.
And you did say be careful.
I did say be careful.
I didn't touch anything.
You'll probably need to take another threat then in order to.
Oh yeah.
In order to use the determination.
Well, am I using it ahead of time? Can we?
Hang on
You
to
can
it.
do either one you want.
I honestly don't think you're gonna hit it.
I mean, I have a 12.
Awful. How many are you rolling?
3. But it's
I'd
just
say-
I'm trying to figure out if my value, like, can I proc mission directive? Because I don't think my value counts. This is a wide open space.
I'm gonna have to say no.
What about the Kismet overall arc of fucking crystals?
No.
No, they're gems. They're different.
To all of the security personnel, we beg to
that
differ.
was bad.
I mean, I don't suppose I could proc when you're in a tight spot. Just wiggle.
Does the wiggling make them count?
Meaning tight spot, as in like, if I die, if I lose, I die. Nah. Okay.
No. The best I could take that for is her creating an advantage that if she does fail this roll, it'll be immediately apparent to everyone else that she did. Like, she will just stand there and be quiet. It'll be obvious that she'll move around in an erratic way as if she's trying to do something. And that
I
will
think
look
I'd rather take it. I think I'd rather save it for a reroll. But then it still may not be able to use. See, you may not have helped me. You maybe should have hung on to it. Myth.
poor gerbil.
Well, I think it only counts as transferred if you spend it.
That's true. So I'll just.
Well, actually, no. Once you can transfer it, and now it's their determination because you can have more than one determination in your pocket.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Myth is considered to have spent the determination for the episode.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Oh man, we haven't even gotten to my complication yet.
Mwah.
Oh god. Well, not enough.
Well,
No.
just in case anything terrible happens, I have given Ensign Kennett some stats.
That's great.
I suppose the advantage
Awesome.
only worked if I spent it ahead of time.
Yeah.
Gerbil.
Well, I mean, I'm gonna. If it only counts if I spend it ahead of time, then I'm gonna use it to reroll 2
I hold
and
on.
see if I crit on both of them.
You might have some opportunity to make more rolls.
I
in the
think
future
it's
where
gonna
determination will be good.
no better than her fitnesses. I think whatever it is, I'm gonna like either start attacking you or I'm gonna pass out.
Mhm. Up to you.
I mean, you gave it to me. If that's what you think, I'll save it.
Yeah, I'd save it.
That was my initial thought, but I think you also made a good argument for spending it. So
Well, again, I don't even think I can.
No, now with the value as it stands.
So yeah.
Is staying alive not a mission directive?
Well, that's why. Actually, that's why if you get a lethal injury, that's why you're always, doesn't matter what your values are, you're always allowed to spend that to push on.
Oh, okay. Well, then that's fine then.
Yeah. That's why it's like what value? It's like most people don't want to die. Generally, so. Yeah, no. Gerbil finds herself standing in a hallway, blaster at her hip. She looks behind her and sees a Wookiee, a droid, somewhere, kelp fish person, and a human who's along with her. As she kind of said hi to one of the crystals, and then, where the hell are you? You're Gerbil. What's a Wookiee? Like, you're in an alien. These people change. They still look similar, but they've changed species. Their equipment looks different. Like, everyone's has blasters at their hip.
Oh.
No one has scanners. They're dressed like
mean-
like they're all members of a navy
Okay.
you've never been part of.
Maybe I needed to specify this. I wasn't getting closer to any of the walls. I was just gonna wave and say hi from the center.
That's what the role was, to resist walking toward them. To everyone
Okay.
else, you suddenly just walked up to them and said hi. You said hi and started walking toward one of them.
Fair enough.
Did Gerbil just get sucked into Star Wars?
Yes.
Mentally.
What?
Mentally.
Wait. Physically, I am still there, correct? They can still see me?
Yeah, they can totally see you.
It's just when I look at them, they look different? Okay.
Yeah.
I love this.
You think
think I
they're
might be
Rebel
high.
Alliance or something?
So Dref will look across and go, "Oh, Jesus Christ!" I did not go.
Unfortunately, you don't know Wookiees, so you don't understand a word he's saying to you.
Gerbil, are you
Dying
alright?
here. Why?
Gerbil? Oh,
think I
so
might be
what's
high?
what's the result of my complication?
Oh, the tricorder reads that this room is simultaneously full of oxygen, nitrogen, petroleum, water, some sort of viscous fluid, otherwise known as molasses. It's giving you garbage readings. It's absolute nonsense.
Gerbil's pupils are blown so wide.
Are we able to see this?
Lieutenant Commander Myth, what is Oobleck?
I believe it is a substance derived from a grain on Earth.
I see. Very well.
The droid is... Are they R2-D2 or are they C-3PO?
C-3PO.
Okay.
Protocol droid, of course. But it has one
I'm
of those
just
thinking
saying-
brains.
Of anyone besides Myth, Gerbil is probably the most likely to know binary. So if they were R2, it'd be okay.
Yeah.
You all look different.
Says Gerbil to the Starfleet group in front of her.
What have you done with the crystals?
Crewman, please report your observation.
Uniforms changed. You're gold, and I don't mean wearing gold. I mean you're gold.
I am composed of a single element.
Well, plating. You look like
Can't
a
say.
human fantasy sci-fi creation.
Kind of is
Pretty
already.
Federation. Somebody is
Perplexing.
speaking in just growling sounds?
God. Oh my god.
And your uniforms are wrong. They're like orange. Which is so
Crewman.
unflattering, and like I think there's some kind of rebels, which is like, why would you dress in a bright color if you're trying to
be hidden? I'm confused.
Please step away from the wall.
Can I?
And they return to normal. And the memories start fading very quickly about this strange world.
Okay, so it's back to normal.
Considering,
Disconcerting.
Captain, I would recommend to not go near the crystals, considering all the crystals we deal with.
Indeed.
Wait, hold on, Captain, Specialist. No disrespect, Captain, but you're an android. They can't influence your mind. You don't have a mind to influence in the traditional sense.
Well, that's
Unless they're going to
rude.
hack your brain, I guess.
Racists.
While I would normally agree with you, Ensign, several of my experiences point towards psionic events being, in a restricted way, capable of still influencing some of my processes.
Really? I have so many questions, but that complicates things. Darn. Okay.
Indeed, it does. It is a unfortunate inconvenience at the moment.
But how do I? All right.
Shall we continue on further down, not going near the crystals or talking to them?
Indeed. No more greeting inanimate objects.
I mean, wait, what are you guys talking about?
You offered a greeting to the wall and proceeded to walk to it, crewman.
Right. And then I walked back.
Yes. After a somewhat disconcerting psychological phenomenon.
Fair enough.
Let us press on. Crewman Wogi, are you getting anything interesting on your tricorder? I'll assume not.
That was to you, Cap.
Oh,
Yes,
What was
you
the
are
question?
Wogi.
Crewman
what was
Wogi, are you getting any sensical readings? Anything that might be helpful?
Readings? Yes. Sensible? No.
I see.
Wait,
Right.
crewman, is your tricorder malfunctioning or is it reading things?
It is giving readings. However, the readings are completely nonsensical. Here, take a look. And he hands his tricorder over to Myth. And you will see that the back quarter of the corridor is filled with Play-Doh? Wait, no, now it's scrambled eggs.
Gross.
Yeah.
Well, I did miss breakfast.
Damn it. It's got scrambled.
Sorry.
Is part of the hallway bacon?
It got scrambled. Oh god.
I thought that was good. I mean, it was terrible, but you know.
Well done.
I hate
thought
to
that
say
was,
that.
I thought that was fitting to the nonsensical, like,
Oh yeah,
nature.
The group of you continue on the hallway and see yet more crystals as it goes over a rise and then dips down, and then you're going on a downward incline.
I wonder if perhaps these crystals may be some subtle form of defense? Or something psionically reflective?
Or perhaps they are a storage medium.
What if this is the computer?
Indeed, that is a possibility that occurred to me as well.
Crystal computer? I mean, light computing's a thing, but this is inefficient. Why would you space them out like this?
Maybe you have
If our
really
readings are
hands.
being obscured... Hold on. Allow me to attempt a scan. See if I can get anything.
Like a that holodeck?
Yeah,
But if it was a holodeck, we would have seen it. You were seeing something completely different than we were. Hearing things different than we were. And you don't-
Psionic projection. I don't know.
I mean,
I don't deal with that kind of stuff.
audio, visual, hallucinogen. Did you get a headache or anything?
Did I?
No.
No, I felt fine, just very confused. I don't even remember what I told you.
It would now appear that the ceiling is made of mahogany.
It's scattering our...
Oh my gosh. Myth. I need you to calm
There's
down.
5.
Well, hey, it was
we gain-
difficulty 3, so...
Yeah. Gain 2. Interesting, crewman. I am receiving some of the same readings. I'm filtering them through a series of protocols, though. Let me determine if... Fascinating.
Would you care to share your findings?
I'm attempting to write a program to filter out some of the extra noise that these gemstones appear to be putting off. Your tricorder is not malfunctioning. I can determine that for certain. But these gemstones are emitting large amounts of apparently random qualities of information.
I suppose it could be possible.
Indeed, this might be a part of the sensor scattering that would shield this facility. While up close, these are a series of highly determinable readings that constantly fluctuate. From farther away, such readings might simply appear as gibberish or coagulate into something that would seem normal.
One of the theories of higher level quantum computing could postulate that a computer, when in one state, would put all other possible states out into the universe around it. Those emissions could be detected.
A fascinating theory.
But why is it generating more power? Like, I don't see any weapon system, emitters. And this hallway just keeps going. I don't see any rooms, doorways. I don't even see an access panel anywhere. I almost would call this like an Endorian jewelry showcase or a showroom. These are meant to be displayed, to be seen, but they look like computer displays to me. Well, rather rudimentary ones, about a century old, but
Continue to converse among yourself. I must reference something internally. And Myth just kind of takes a step back and closes her eyes and goes into a certain part of her head. Woo!
Jim, is Dref able to reach the plank?
he tries to call them.
Yeah.
Taps comm badge and no response.
Well, it seems we won't be contacting the plank.
Why is that, specialist?
I am unable to contact them.
Oh, that's makes sense actually.
Indeed, if this facility is able to confuse a full tricorder, then I'd imagine they would also interfere with the functionality of communicators.
Give you one, or spend one momentum, rather.
Yep.
Using my focus in AI.
Do we want to contact more crystals?
Oh, I'm not contacting crystals, don't worry. We get the momentum back.
Oh, these guys.
Oh, what?
Nexus recognizes Myth presence.
Greetings. I'm feeding in a series of potential data points I collected. I think perhaps an interesting situation.
It would seem you to be. It would appear you are in one of our facilities.
One of your facilities.
Yes, one of our repositories.
I was unaware that these two phenomena were linked. Intriguing. Starfleet's last understanding of the entities they called preservers indicated a more humanoid nature. Fascinating. What is the nature of this facility?
That is a repository full of territories of sequestered space-time located outside of the local universe that cannot be used using conventional technologies, which is generally at your current technological level, not yet verifiable or indeed likely understood. Indeed, that the astrophysical constraints differ from a quantum signature shift, since that would require a pinching off of the baseline.
Indeed, it's a more reflective, multiversal, geometrical approach then.
Yes.
Very well.
The purpose of which was to help extrapolate the possibilities of various space times to see what could and could not be done and what should and should not be done in the possibilities therein, given certain variables being adjusted. These are sophant realities, but they are also a pocket within a larger cloth fabric.
Indeed. And that is the single purpose of this facility?
This is also a method to scatter in a secure and unbreakable code various informations and information depositories, much like a data well, scattered across millions upon millions of space times.
Indeed. Does this facility indicate the past presence of sentient biological life on the planet?
Yes.
That'll be of great interest to my crewmates. I do not believe they're of a sufficient intellectual capacity to fully comprehend this facility. Nor am I at my present hardware capacities.
Your data suggests that the facility, the repository, is increasing in energy signature strength.
Indeed. I was unable to determine the cause of that.
That would indicate a remote access point and access of the repository from a console or interface mechanism.
Further inside the facility, then, we might find some intruder. Or...
Elsewhere among the stars.
Indeed.
You would know this star, according to your recollection in your databanks, as... Error. This system has been destroyed, yet the access point is the same. You would know this as the Fikawi system. However, our understanding is that Fikawi has been subject to a supernova and no longer all its planets have been obliterated.
That matches data, yes. Most peculiar. Is it possible that the access point has been moved?
It is possible the Temple of Fourth Order has been relocated at great expense and travel.
It seems that this access, being unauthorized, should be delayed until further information can be acquired.
That can be done.
Shall we interface with this facility?
Is the captain okay?
Myth's eyes are closed and her eyes are moving so fast underneath the eyelids that it's like one constant movement almost. It's very unnatural.
Yeah, that's not creepy at all.
Well, she said
Sure.
she was doing something.
Okay. And Myth, you slowly phase back in with current speed. You slow down so you can interact with your surroundings.
.2 seconds have elapsed. Very good. The facility is increasing in power due to a remote accessing of its information, in simplified terms. the identity of that remote access is unknown, and I intend to temporarily forestall it.
And how do we do that, Captain?
Hold on. Reading.
D&D. And or SDA.
You know, and I thought Vulcans freaked me out a little bit. Sign up with the Crystal Brigade. That seems like a brilliant idea.
Well, you can always leave after the mission.
Assuming we can leave. Otherwise, be trapped in an infinitely folding upon itself reality. Maybe one filled with cream cheese or peanut butter. Shakes his head, like, just utterly lost.
Or strangely dressed dog people.
Dreff will just look at you both. What's wrong with both of you?
It's hard to focus on my surroundings. My mind seems to wander really easily here. I'm trying not to look. If I don't look at the crystals, it's easier. But then I'm just staring at the floor all day. So,
Indeed, these crystals each, I believe the most proper word for you would be reflect possibilities. Further progress into this facility is on a purely voluntary basis.
I would like to leave, please.
Very well. Return to the archaeological team. Contact the Maxwell Planck. Inform them that I may be some time in return.
He very quickly goes back the way you came.
I'm not certain how much more difficult it will get for the rest of you to focus. I must proceed slightly deeper into this facility. And Myth begins walking very quickly.
Dreff will follow. He's there as protection, so.
Yep. Leaving you with all of this tech by yourself.
The hallway seems to continue onward and onward, and it seems to very gently be sloping to the right and down.
I think I have a basic idea of what I'm looking for. But if I don't, then I would like to spend 2 momentum to know what I'm looking for.
I'll take two momentum, yep.
Cool.
You need to touch one. Direct interface.
Oh.
I shouldn't have asked or questions. That's how that works. All right. Slight series of mathematical calculations later, Myth steps up to one of the gems, and her left hand reaches up to it and clasps it. And her eyes close again. And sends out a pulse from the tricorder embedded in her arm to make contact.
Okay, I know it was just a glitch, but your voice went robot-y when you said pulse.
That's perfect.
It was good.
Before your eyes, it appears that Lieutenant Commander Myth, her appearance and uniform change into various uniforms of various styles of clothing. She seems to shift into various forms of an android depicted in various ways. Her equipment seems to shift, and this seems to just shift from one to the next. Almost like one of those, if you ever see like a color gradient piece of cloth where if you turn it at a certain, or you look at it at a certain angle and it changes color. That's what Myth's doing. Just by the minute you move or your eyes twitch or anything, her appearance just shifts subtly.
Well, hopefully she knows what she's doing.
It was the fourth order temple, right?
Yes. Myth.
Mm-hmm.
Fitness science. Difficulty 2.
That makes sense. That makes a lot of sense. Take a threat.
Sure.
Temporal mechanics.
Yes.
All right. We generate 1. That's good.
The crystals begin to shine a beam of light, and they seem to focus on Wogi.
Hi, Wogi.
Are you okay, Wogi?
Wogi, fitness medicine, difficulty 2.
Yeah, I don't think Grennan's back. Oh.
I'm back. I just got back. I just sat back down.
Oh, hi.
I literally just
Uh,
sat back down. And I hear,
recap. Crystal's glowy, pointing at Wogi. You have to make a fitness science roll, I think. Right?
Oh.
Fitness medicine. One of those.
Fitness medicine, yep.
Yeah. Fitness
oh,
medicine.
fitness medicine? Everyone else is making fitness science.
No, I made fitness science.
Thanks.
Fitness medicine earlier.
What's the difficulty?
Don't worry, I just did something that shouldn't be possible, probably under some definitions.
Diff 2? I'm spending a momentum then. Quantum mechanics? Or quantum theory?
Yes.
Huh.
It's very applicable. Oh hey, you made it.
For
Although
brief,
that was straight one. Great.
Wogi, for a brief second, remembers the academy, and then the lights stop shining on Wogi, and they begin swirling, and the lights begin swirling around the room randomly.
Most bizarre.
They begin swirling and focus on Dreth.
I'm guessing fitness medicine.
How'd you know? It's my favorite present, and it's diff 3.
Yay! Take a threat.
Sure.
Would you take the photo? No. I'd like to give you a focus, but I've not got one off. Like psychology, combat medic, hand to hand. Can I hand to hand like the light?
Complication, sure.
Fight the light.
Sure, why not?
Fight the light.
Does it matter? Do you have more than a 1?
I have a 3. Do you know what? I'll go fishing.
Yeah.
Okay.
How?
Oh, do you have bold medicine?
Oh no, medicine. Never mind.
I was like, that's a weird build for a security
Sorry,
guy.
I have bold security. I just read bold and just completely blanked on what I'm supposed to do.
Weird flex, but okay.
Yeah, there's a brief moment where you remember he recalls a combat exercise that he was doing earlier in the day, and it just kind of fades, and then the lights begin swirling around the room again, unfocused and scattered.
See, I gotta ask. I wonder what other franchise we were about to get pulled into.
Starship Troopers.
Starship Troopers.
That's Battlestar Galactica.
Doctor Who.
Yeah.
Woo.
Where's my bloody notes on the planet that you're asking about?
Maybe it's
Yeah.
best if some of us leave. If we're going to be targeted by crystal lights.
I love Starship Troopers.
Sorry.
Whoops. Incomplete information. Re-editing.
Lost data packet. Please resending. Resending.
The lights begin to focus on somebody. And guess who they pick?
That narrows
Gerbil.
it down.
Fitness, menace, and difficulty 2, Gerbil.
Or gerbil.
I mean, that's a lot better than 5. That's the wrong character sheet. Sorry, I didn't have it open
I'm offended.
after roll 20 crashed on me.
Likely excuse.
I mean, I put it in chat. Happened. Okay. Fitness medicine, you said?
Yeah.
Oh no. Well,
Yep. GG.
I mean, I do still have a determination, but I still think it's the same problem as before.
I mean, what's the difficulty on this one?
2.
I think you should re-roll the.
The problem is I don't think I can use it.
Yeah.
Because neither mission director nor the value click.
Count.
Gerbil. Does she have any resistance that I should be aware of?
She's a Tellarite. I don't know, do they have resistance to shit?
Oh, it's still enough. She suffers from 5 non-lethal stress. And
Okay.
she begins to get lost in another world. And Gerbil on this end is about to collapse unless she spends 2 momentum to avoid the injury.
Well, we don't have momentum.
Or 2 threat.
Can you spend
I
the
think
determination?
it's worth.
Could spend the determination to be injured, but continue acting with the injury for the duration of the scene.
I mean, it's non-lethal. If you could stabilize me before the end of the scene, I'd be okay, right?
Yeah.
If the injury is treated, then yeah, you wouldn't immediately conk out in the next scene.
We could give him threat.
Your call.
That only filled half my stress check compared to like Everett's, where that would be only like 2 away from her dying.
So 2 threat or determination. There.
What does duration designation mean? No, I know that. as an answer to the query. Got it.
So what we're going with?
For Gerbil.
What's going on with it? What?
Are you spending 2 threat or a determination? Which way are you going?
I said 2 threat like
Oh, I didn't
3
hear.
times.
For a brief moment, Gerbil finds herself in a different Starfleet uniform. This time, instead of the gray on black sort of uniform current, it was a solid gold shirt which seem to have little Starfleet deltas along the entire surface that seem to catch light.
Oh, this is Discovery. Is that the Discovery uniform?
That's the. It wouldn't have been gold though. It would have been red. That's the alternate universe one, right? The new Trek universe.
Yeah. Would it be
J.J.
red?
Abrams. Yeah, it would have been red.
Oh, red.
That's
You're right. Sorry.
TOS. That's
Oh, you're
TOS
right.
era.
Yep.
Oh.
And for a minute,
For some reason, I have short sleeves and no way to denounce my rank or anything. As a
You
female
also-
crew member.
Yeah. And the thing is that your character, Gerbil, almost kind of thought that was the actual reality and this was the delusion. And then she kind of,
Yeah.
whoa, nope. Like, that looked real enough. And it's like, oh, yeah, that's totally real. No, it isn't. No, it isn't. Oh, I'm awake.
Oh god. So many
And now
lens
she
flares.
And now she has a headache.
Yeah. Remember when you asked me if I had a headache before?
The person who asked that is not present. He is all on his own.
Is everything okay?
Good. I'm sure everything is fine. Maybe we should have walked them to the door.
If you're not feeling well, you can always head back.
I'm starting to think that splitting the group is not a great idea. This time I was just another Starfleet. Different, but
The lights seem to have focused a little longer on Gerbil, but eventually they scatter and start pointing in different directions.
Maybe we should come up with some tinfoil hats.
Ah, no. The lights focus on friggin' Dreth, fitness medicine.
Take a thought.
Sure.
I would like to fight the light again.
Complication increase. Not that it mattered. Darn you.
Did you just try and increase the difficulty as well?
No, I spent 2 for a complication increase. But you're fine, you got it. For a brief second, you remember seeing a cloudy sky on Earth and rolling thunder in the middle of the night, and then you're here again.
Seems this light is showing us different places. Trying to mess with our minds.
Oh, don't worry about it. I'm just interfacing with a computer I use in loose terms halfway across the sector.
Processing.
So I'm guessing every couple of questions is a, hey, make a mind roll.
Mm-hmm. The repository needs processing power.
Oh, are we the processing? Are we the processors?
Biological processors.
They're very efficient
Oh no.
in terms of resource input, at least.
Research output, sketchy.
I'm glad there's something happening outside of just me and the GM typing back and forth, though. Because, well, I enjoy that.
I'm glad you're enjoying yourself, Myth. Like every
Oh, I
time you want
definitely
to
am.
ask, like every time you want to ask a question.
Speaking of, Wogi, the lights focus on you. Fitness medicine difficulty too.
Awesome, spending a momentum. And we get the momentum back.
See,
Ooh, I'm glad you hadn't increased the complication.
am I the only one who wants to know everything the GM's typed out to Myth after the session?
I mean, no, you're not the only one. I also want to know.
As do I.
Sorry, just saying it in the Wokey voice cracked me up.
Yeah, so Wogi's going to leave the Star Trek game to come into the Discord server just to see what Myth's player learned.
Wogi briefly sees coming down the hallway a group of Orions with really sharp teeth, incredibly large muscles, and axes that look to be made of starship hulls sharpened to a point, and then it's gone.
Huh.
Most concerning.
I would say this place is, yes.
Here's the real question. How long until one of us gets plonked into Star Trek Online?
Seem to be made of muscles.
I mean, if I had my old token, Pen would have been.
Yeah.
I'm thinking on this.
For some reason, everyone's tokens have to change. Sorry, we're not canon anymore. What? We're in an alternate reality.
Ah.
You
You're
look
actually the
down and you
solution.
look like one of the other people. Ah, it's a Freaky Friday movement.
The alternate realities were you're role playing The Sims.
You can only speak in gibberish.
It's Simlish. Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Shaloo.
Excuse you. All of the crystals just pop out and start floating above people's heads.
Hey, I don't get paid enough
Oh, well,
simoleons
my
for
ass
this.
here.
Should we put in rolls of
I
it?
don't get paid
Because
enough
we found
simoleons
more
for this.
crystals.
Oh my god.
Everybody like, no.
We're just doing this to keep ourselves entertained while you type out like a manifesto to Myth.
No, I'm answering questions.
Yeah, he's answering questions.
I'm
Lots
just,
of questions.
it's just I'm painfully vague because that's how it works.
Roll for
Unfortunately.
me. I have to. My dinner just came, so I need to go get the door. I'll be back.
Okay.
God.
It is painfully vague, but I get the gist.
Mm-hmm.
Oh my god.
Crewman will.
Oh no. How long until we get sucked into lower decks?
I'd have to see it first. I really want to. I've heard nothing but good things.
Yeah, it's a little rough to start. It gets better. like it's like each episode is progressively better than the last.
Yeah, it's on my
Interesting.
watch list.
I watched part of the first episode and I was like, I don't know if this is for me. Like, I didn't dislike it. I was just like, wasn't thrilled by it.
Yeah, it gets better. Like that's
Sorry, I'm trying not to give you the wrong answer because I'll mislead you. Hold on.
I mean, I'll get round to it. I'm just not in a desperate rush to watch it.
yeah. That great.
That's how I feel about the new Discovery that's coming out. I'm like, I'll watch season 3 of Discovery eventually.
Well,
But-
it's on Netflix. It's like doing it weekly. So far,
I mean,
I'm kind of not impressed, but that's just me.
I mean, possibly my favorite joke in it though is they go back to they go to that planet from the original series with the that had like the supercomputer that was controlling everyone, Landru.
Mm-hmm.
And they go back to the planet and everyone's worshiping Landru again. And they're like, God damn it, guys, we like Kirk gave you this whole thing. And you immediately went back to worshiping Landru again? Write it down.
That's actually incorrect information.
I would like to
I thought
apologise
that
to the
one
people
might be a
watching this
slightly
video
complicated
for the
answer.
spoilers for Star Trek Lower Decks.
Ugh.
Interesting.
Just target Dref.
Yeah, Dreth. Fitness medicine difficulty 2.
Spend
momentum.
Apparently, Dref can do this all day.
Briefly, the corridor gets very dark for Dreth, and he finds that the rifle he is holding transforms into a chemical propellant rifle with an ammo magazine attached to the bottom, and he seems to be dressed in long black leathers, and there seems to be some sort of digital interface in front of his eyes, and he comes back.
Seems like I got another weird image.
One more roll coming up.
So, who do you want to target this time?
Oh, it's not any of you three.
Oh, for me?
Mm-hmm.
Oh no.
Yeah, I have been connected for a bit.
You spent too long in the Matrix.
Take the blue pill.
Which one? There's so many on the screen.
Ha ha ha. Hold on, I have to frame this question before I do the roll.
I also weirded that wordly, so worded that weirdly. Wow.
No.
Wow.
Take the first option.
Stand by it.
I weirded that wordly. Yes,
You have also been in the Matrix too long.
I have. This is true. I'll just say it like this. The GM and I are not using standard grammar to communicate right now.
Oh.
Myth.
Mm-hmm.
No, it'd be fitness because you're resisting something. Fitness. Fitness, medicine, or science. Difficulty. 6.
Oh boy.
It would be 5, but your trait's coming into it.
Right. My trait is feeding me more information, isn't it?
Yep. And you're losing track of current time.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yep. Oh, fudge muffins.
Ooh, fudge muffins.
That sounds quite
Okay.
nice.
So, I'd like to spend a milestone that has the tag Psionics, Cowcat, and Mental Fortitude.
Yeah.
Right, marking that one as spent. Using that to generate 2 successes there. Go with that first. Oh, I've got a great value for this, I think. Wisdom stems from understanding the limits of knowledge.
God. Yeah, that applies.
All right, good. I was like, wait, no, I have to make sure I have a value that works to spend it. I do. What else do I have that I can use for this? Well, I'm going to spend the 1 momentum for cautious. So I'm at least going to be rolling 3.
Momentum and a threat because of determination.
Yeah, yes, momentum and a threat because of determination.
Diff increased by 1.
Ooh. Tough.
Yep, this is a very dangerous place for you.
That makes a lot of sense.
I was like, oh, don't be in here too long.
Uh-huh.
I can only use them as processors so many times before I have to come after you.
Yeah.
And the other guy failed his a long while ago, so.
All right.
That's what he gets for leaving the scene. Should have stayed.
So sad.
Shame.
Can I use a focus in artificial intelligence here?
Yes.
Then, because I'm using my focus in artificial intelligence, I'm going to activate my Cochrane Medal of Excellence to double my
Crit range.
No, to double the effects of spending that determination.
Oh. Huh.
Mm-hmm.
Well, that's a cool way to do it.
Huh. Okay.
And then activating my Starcross to do the other thing you just said. Here we go. I crit on a 10 or lower. Question is, should I buy more dice? No, you'll just spend them back into it. Rolling 3, I have 4 successes marked. Hey, that's 8.
Oh my god.
That's 8, definitely, and it's also nope, those are both below 10. Or above 10 rather.
Still,
I can do any computers. Hubris.
I can do the computer.
She did not learn her lesson.
No, not at all. I just learned a lesson that I
You
can
made
make a
it
diff
worse.
7 roll.
Oh my god.
Yeah, Myth takes a brief moment to bother to even check her chronometer and realizes that a considerable amount of time has passed. And it's almost like she skipped the her chronoton check diagnostic. It's a thing you do, most androids do, to verify that they haven't lost track of time or they haven't been knocked out and rendered unconscious, quote unquote.
Yeah.
And you almost forgot to do that.
Forgetting things, that's not good. Got it. That will slightly alarm Myth.
But of course, the message you get from them is,
Of course, What other message would I get? This doesn't give away anything. The message I got was query. Oh.
I'm gonna message Varder and let him know that you just did that.
that was pretty good. I'm trying to think of the right way to frame this.
The lights all seem to be shining on Myth currently, with a steady beam of light from all the crystals. Myth is a kaleidoscope of colors, and in that, every color that strikes her body is a different reality reflected off of her.
That's pretty metal.
Scanner Darkly comes to mind, anyway. For different reasons.
Trying to think of what information I need to get to determine the best course of action. So that's why I'm.
Oh yeah, I know.
I mean, I've done it in the past where I've asked the GM for like a dummy roll because I can't figure shit out.
It's not a matter of figuring it out necessarily.
Well,
I have a lot of
roll.
I have a lot of information here. It's Myth figuring out the right course of action, rather than just going, all right, get back to the plank, gun it to this system. I'm also operating under the assumption that I don't have very many questions left before I get overwhelmed again.
Nope.
And this time you may not be able to make it.
Yeah, that was a once a mission thing I did. So talking to the room briefly here,
That's a
the
sentence.
Chigoans have access to a supercomputer, basically, that's giving them a lot of information. And the reason we're getting increased power signatures is because they're about to activate a kind of singularity event thing.
Oh.
Well, activate
That's
one.
the real short version.
I mean, activate it here?
No. They're activating it elsewhere, but elsewhere doesn't exist. Don't worry about it.
Wait, what?
I said don't worry about it.
Is it the system where they blew up their own star?
Yeah.
So they're creating a black hole in their own system of which they blew up their own star.
Not sure about that. But yeah.
I mean, sure, that clearly makes sense of things to do.
They must be able to do something with it. To their advantage, they don't do anything without it.
I mean, really, what do you do with a black hole gun?
It's a wormhole gun, actually.
Now you're thinking with portals.
Literally.
Yeah.
Yep.
So
Except
it's a portal gun.
Mm-hmm. The problem is you have to destroy a star to get it to work.
Yep.
Because
Oh.
tearing a hole in space is kind of hard.
Yeah.
Question is,
It's-
where are they
I mean-
portaling to?
Yep.
Actual real
That hard.
space.
I mean, be that hard. I mean, Cabe Johnson did it.
Given who they've been fighting, I would put a bet that it's somewhere inside Woohoo space.
Mm-hmm.
Possibly Woodra itself.
Just send your whole fleet through a wormhole and pop in without any forewarning.
Yep, fire off a Star Killer.
Oh, for those curious, by the way, this is the Quest for Glory 4 Space Garden OC remix from
Yeah.
ocremix.org.
Yeah, I jumped into the jukebox earlier to see it.
Yeah.
I really. There was other ones I was going to pull from, but I was like, no, this one fits what I'm doing.
I like the Quest for Glory series.
Yep, I love that series. They don't have a lot of remixes for them, sadly. They only have like a handful of songs because it's not a widely looked into game, musically speaking. Because it's a lot easier for you to make a music CD off of a Mega Man remix than it is a Quest for Glory remix, you know?
True.
The other one I was going to use was very acoustic, but unfortunately it was a lot more composed than this one, so it didn't loop very well at all. Great song, beautiful song, terrible for a loop because it's not meant to be looped. I can live without Quest for Glory 5. Quest for Glory 5 though. Some people still like it, but it's not for me. It's too different from the previous 4 entries.
Not at all confident this is the good question to ask, but here we go.
Fitness, science, or medicine difficulty 6.
Woohoo!
Nope.
Oh no, I'm just buying my questions now with difficulty 6 rolls, I think.
No, you said Woohoo. I said no.
Well,
Wrong species.
kind of. Also them, but they're tangentially linked.
You got some milestones you can.
I do have some milestones.
Oh, I know what you're asking me. Okay.
Yeah, okay. I was just checking my Cochrane Medal of Excellence because I do have it twice, but getting it twice, I think you just add another focus that you can use. You don't get a second use of it.
That would make sense,
think?
actually. Yeah.
'Cause
Well-
that's kind of my reading of it, but I'm not sure.
I would have it one way or the other. Either it's always used it's a repeat of the same focus, or it's a new focus that's attached to.
Okay. I have 2 focuses marked down with it, so we'll go with it as one use that can be used for either of 2 focuses. Maybe in the future I'll get it again and be able to double up on something, but... Alright. That means that I don't have that particular trick to pull. That's good to know. I have a milestone with the tags temporal and mental.
Yes.
Cool. Mark that one. Spending that one. Same value.
It would take how long? It would take them.
Oh yeah, incidentally, I think I figured out why the woohoo are where they are.
Because of this
Cool.
bullshit.
That's good to know. Spending 1 and 1 to roll a third die.
No, I can't answer the question more than it was asked.
Rolling 3. 6!
Hmm?
I got 6 successes.
Oh, right. Right, okay. Yep. Okay.
Damn it.
There's very little of Myth's original appearance visible to the away team.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think
On the
Myth.
plus side, the lights aren't flashing on you guys anymore.
I think Myth will realize with that now is probably the time to disconnect. I wouldn't do that except for the fact of the value that I used.
Mm-hmm.
The limits of knowledge.
Yeah.
The Myth steps back.
No, I'm gonna log off first.
Oh, yes. Darn.
Were you able to find any useful information, Commander?
Oh, Myth's not here yet. Myth steps back.
Dial
Myth's not
tone.
here yet.
Dial tone.
The lights very slowly start defocusing and swirling elsewhere in the room and dimming until Myth slowly comes back as the Starfleet officer that you know.
So, Myth steps back from the wall, and all that happens. And the step back is very mechanical. And then, kind of as things fade, she kind of crumples to one side briefly, and then stands back up.
Dref will give her a once over.
Be thoroughly confused, I'm sure.
I mean, it's a medic looking over an android, so
Yeah. That's kind of what I meant.
Insight medicine difficulty 2.
combat medic.
At complication.
Sure. Take a threat.
Oh, now you give me the threat.
Nope, that's just a failure.
It's fine.
I mean, it is a
Mhm.
robot.
What are we doing? Are we trying to save Myth?
No, trying to identify if something was wrong.
And
Oh.
it's nothing to worry about.
These look standard, like standard readings for a definitely non-standard entity.
Captain.
Could I go from a engineering standpoint?
After Dress scans, Myth will kind of focus.
Mm.
primary objective has been accomplished. Secondary objectives incomplete. We should depart this facility at earliest convenience.
Don't have to tell me twice.
Head back out.
Do we find a dead archaeologist on the way?
Oh, I hope not.
You find one that seems to be staring off into the distance, unresponsive.
I'm not sure if that's better.
I'll just grab his ass and we'll leave.
Thankfully, it's non-lethal, so because he didn't activate the security protocol. So,
Yeah.
If you guys started removing crystals from the wall, that would have made this a lot more dangerous.
Oh, I'm sure.
Oh, more dangerous.
Oh, this could have been so much more dangerous.
Oh yeah. It could.
Like,
Yeah, if they had been trying to hurt us, there would have been nothing
Yeah.
we could have done to stop it.
and back to politics.
My brain doesn't want to make that switch.
Throlic gets a report from the Maxwell flank about what it's been up to for the last 2 days.
All right. Time passes. I forgot about that. That's in character. Oh, boy.
What does Grennan do after being rebuffed at the diplomat? Well, having paid a fine and walked away from the diplomat's office, happy as a clam. Pleased with the bureaucracy of this planet and all its functionaries.
Oh, get stuff. Let me think, because, well, they said I could go to the proconsul's estate to pick him up.
Yeah.
Oh. Actually, here's my next thought. They had this plan in mind that they were going to kill me. They were going to kill me on the steps of the forum.
Or do something public.
Do something very public.
Yep.
What would happen if I were to go there and somehow have it all publicly recorded, so to speak, and then have it like revealed that I hope you get what I'm trying to say.
I do, but the thing is, it's already a public place that's likely heavily surveilled and easily seen by anyone who looks out a window.
What? His estate?
Oh, his estate? No. Sorry. I thought you were talking about square. I'm like,
no, it's like no. It's if I go to his estate and I have it somehow set up that I am able to expose him to the wider Senate.
Insight con difficulty 2. I can't. I
right,
know.
No, I know it's going to be a roll. I wanted to take a threat.
Yep. Now I have 2 threat.
Yeah.
Could have made that another difficulty 7, but no, you guys have to not give me any more threat.
Well, I'm glad you didn't have it for that.
Yeah.
Law focus?
Yes, definitely. Three momentum generated. It would it'd be of suspect legality. But politically speaking, that would if he is caught representing the Senate or acting unbecoming of the Senate's illumination, then that could affect him. It won't legally get him in trouble because it would just it'd be drowned out of the room. But politically, it could ruin him if the right things were said. Like it has to be. It can't be just. I think the console's smelly. It has to be something with teeth.
Right, like I have to get him to admit to I have to get, since he's the kind of person who would be willing to do a public killing of me on the forum steps, this guy strikes me as the kind of person who will villain monologue to me to my face.
You better hope so.
If that makes sense.
I mean, you kind of
Would you like
making the assumption he's going to kill you.
Hold on.
That's a different role of like insight, command, or security.
I'll do that.
Difficulty
Sure.
to have an idea of what Fiatless would likely do in that scenario. Having that,
I'll spend a momentum.
hell, you spent days with the guy.
Yeah. Reroll.
Yeah, of the people that we met, you probably know the most about him, but
Okay. I gain or I gain 1 momentum, I think.
Yeah, we'll say it 3.
Say it 3.
Depending on one thing he'll do is he'll probably check you for bugs or other surveillance material, since it's his private domain, weapons, scanning devices, and so on. So that's one complication that is going to come up if you go to that estate. If you get in there and actually record, what is he going to say? Well, he'd probably.
Okay.
I don't know if he'd monologue his entire plan at you. You'd have to lead him there. He wouldn't do it of his own volition. He wouldn't. He's
right, but it's something I could. It's something that. It's not the kind of thing where he'd clearly see that I'm trying to get him to monologue. It is something I could conceivably trick him into doing.
Theoretically, yeah, it's possible. Well, the last wrinkle is mentally reading you. It is very possible that in his presence, he'll be able to tell and he's rude, so he might just delve into your head to see what your reason for being there is. That's the dangerous part of this plan. It's doable with mental discipline, like you were taught by Penn, but
all right,
if you goof, he's got you, and he'll have you in his head as trying to. That law thing that turns into
And now, here is the crux of my plan. I want to get in contact with Wartburg.
2 momentum.
Sure, done.
He just walks up to you while you're in the downtown square.
Let me show you my evil plan. Great. Okay. I think I might have something.
I gathered.
It won't involve me becoming strictly psychic, but it will involve, let's just say, some assistance from people with psychic inclination.
What do you have in mind?
I have managed to organize things to alter the location at which I can pick up my subordinate. I will be able to retrieve him at Fiatless's estate. On his home turf. Now, most people would think that is suicide. They're probably right. However, here's my plan. My plan is to go in there and effectively trick Fiatless into explaining to me his plan. However, when I go in, I want to try to set up before I go in, I want to try to set up some kind of psychic link with some members of the Woohoo Senate, so they can witness what I do when I go in there. Now, I'm no expert in psionics. Is something like that possible?
It is. You would be a passive conduit through which clairaudience and clairvoyance would be achieved. You'd be the aperture through which they look through. You don't need to be actively doing anything. You just need to be sapient.
Right. The only hiccup is stealing myself so that Fiatless doesn't figure out what I'm doing. But if I can pull this off, it will leave Fiatless with almost no room to bargain. My only hope is, my best hope, I think, is to go to him in a place where he is the most confident and make him overestimate his position.
Seems like an awful unnecessary risk. But if that's what you believe needs to be done...
Well, I want your opinion on the matter. Do you have any, That's why I'm asking your opinion on the matter.
I see two paths before you that are risk, but I think they are achievable. One is the normal or traditional path, shall we say, of the uniform of the service. Diplomatic and political overtures to shift the odds to your favor. Your agents and yourself have made many inroads in that regard. And if you're able to talk some Klingons into not having your head cleaved from your shoulders, then perhaps you have a chance against a room full of psychics who, half of which want to reclaim the universe and the other wish to simply examine illumination. The other is to illuminate yourself and arm yourself for a direct confrontation with Fiatless. If you go in there as an aperture,
yes,
then it is entirely possible that you will be a man stepping before a Klingon Dahar master and hoping that you can talk him around before he swings his batleth while you're empty-handed. Not that it's not possible. It's been done. By humans, by Vulcans, by all kinds of people, other Klingons to other Klingons. But it is... one has you armed, one has you clad in the panoply of law, and the other is a gamble that if it works, they'll never see it coming, but if it doesn't, you might die.
Right. I'll confer with my senior staff, and by the end of the day, I'll have my decision.
What if this midday meeting? Didn't he give you some sort of deadline that by midday you would need to meet with him in the square?
Oh, is that today?
Yes.
Oh. Oh, well then in that case, I have to make my decision now, don't I?
Unfortunately, yes, Captain, you do.
Okay.
There's the fourth option, which, forgive me, I don't mean to insult you. I'm just pointing it out since it's something your exo would probably tell you. Actually, no, he wouldn't, but I will. You could leave.
Not an option.
It is one, just not one you're comfortable with. I wouldn't be either, but it is an option given the tactical situation. If you feel you are incapable of winning against this foe, you have a duty to your ship to protect it. Then again, we also have a duty to our crew and our subordinates and civilians under our care. He shrugs. You're not in an easy position, but I pointed it out. So you would know.
What time actually is it?
He looks up.
No, it's out of character.
It's about 11:30.
Okay.
Well-
Wartburg, would you be able to have a little bit of time to spare to meet with my senior staff?
I'd be willing, although I think it may be expedient that you speak with. My understanding is one is on your ship, the other is elsewhere in the city.
I knew Pend was coming down here.
Yeah, he said he was coming down. He was going to speak with somebody. I don't think Penn specified necessarily, but
Well, initially I was dealing with Javat, but then I was dealing with people on the surface.
Ah.
You could possibly have us all beamed directly to your ship, but coming back down is going to be a lot harder now that they know that you only have that you are availing yourself of various options. The more you armor and arm yourself, the more dishonest actors will try to frustrate you. You're already here.
Right.
Arguably, if you had somewhere here you could meet, they could come down and you'd never have to leave the planet. But that does leave you with only 30 minutes or so to make your call.
Very good. I'll have, and you spend for it.
No, that was in still the time limit. I was like, I should spend for that.
In which case, I will have Dr. Efrix come down here, and I'll reach out to Pend and have them meet me somewhere.
Just any old where, or?
Well, preferably somewhere. What would be a good place? Maybe that military academy.
Insight security difficulty 2.
Oh, that'd be a bad place, wouldn't it?
Just we would have access to it. No.
Law or diplomacy?
Diplomacy.
Right.
I'm guessing you spent one.
Yep. Difficulty 2, you said?
Yep.
So we get 2 momentum.
You actually could meet at the academy, because it's firmly in the camp of the insularists. That's a hard thing to say. The insularists.
Great.
Now the thing is, if they want to know your plan, they'll know it. But I'm getting the feeling you don't care if they know it or not.
Right. Well, I might even need theirs, depending on if I go with my catch 'em plan.
You might need the senator's assistance.
Yeah, I might want them to be involved as the observers. So, might as well. So yeah, I will meet with Efrix, Pend, and Wartburg there.
Depends if Pend can get away from what he's doing.
Yeah.
Oh, right, you're not on the planet, you're on the bloody battle cruiser.
Yeah, like that was the thing. It's like I'm pretty sure I'm the only one here.
Yeah, because I think after the battle cruiser, me and Javat are going to speak to the Senate.
I'll let you keep that momentum anyway. Shit, can't contact you. You don't have badges.
I mean, I have a badge, but that's it.
Bring you a uniform when I come down. But I don't think it's my council you really want.
Yeah, like I really need to get in touch with Pend. That's really the.
So yeah, sorry. Wolfgang would have said the right thing. I goofed. That he's
Okay.
on the battle cruiser and they're both in orbit currently.
Oh,
So-
well then I
And
should go up to the Kismet.
problem is, the only downside is that you might have a hard time coming back down again.
Oh, okay.
That's what
Well,
we're
then-
worried about. Wolfgang doesn't mind because he can come and go. He's not the one that's being
Oh, okay.
watched too closely.
Okay, well, then I'll call up to Pend and ask if he'd be able to come down to the planet.
I assume I get the chirp.
Yes.
Pend here.
This is Fleet Captain Grennan. Would you be able to come down to the planet's surface?
I will be coming down very shortly with Javat. We are to speak to the Senate very soon.
Very good. Might you be able to spare 10 minutes before you meet with the Senate?
I'll look over to Javat.
There's a moment where he's kind of staring off. He doesn't realize that you're talking to him. We should be able to, yes. It'll take a bit for them to settle in anyway.
Yes, Captain. We'll be able to meet for a brief amount of time.
Okay, very good.
Then, yeah, we'll go to Gren.
Okay, so you guys are gathering up.
So, for the sake of expediency, I will explain to them the avenue that has opened up, effectively the additional location I could go to have my confrontation at. So I can either do it at the Senate as planned, or I could do it at the Atlas's estate. And effectively my proposed plan, if I decide to go to the
Captain, myself and Javat may be able to assist you with that.
Oh.
We are about to speak with the Senate, and we are about to looking for better terms for it, but greatly damage his uncle's reputation.
That might be just what we need. Brennan looks to Wartburg. That might be just the audience we need.
You're thinking of accusing him on the Senate floor?
More or less. We're not accusing him, but we are Javat is going to assist myself in denouncing what he's doing. His own nephew, member of his own party. That should greatly reduce his standing.
I've heard that I can tell you this much, that it seems that the medical community seems to be displeased with Fiatlis's policies lately. Looks at Efrix. I'm not entirely sure why.
She gives the Genobulan smile.
he looks back at Grennan.
I made
Hmm.
friends.
So then, I want your opinions. Where should I make my final stand?
Well, if we're going to the Senate now, you might as well come with us.
Add that it may be best for you to maintain the meeting spot and not seek him out ahead of time.
Because he intended to meet you at outside the Senate
Yeah.
hall.
Not only that, but Senator C believes that the general is going to try to arrest him at the point of a blade, if necessary.
Very good. Well, in
God
either case,
forgive us for the blood upon the steps of the Senate, for the Republic is dead.
She not. What he meant by it, I'll take care of it. Usually, when a general says that, it means they're going to take care of the problem. She uses quotes.
One would hope that upon illumination and access to so much technology that humanity would somehow manage not to revert to such bloody nonsense.
you would think. And
I mean-
Grennan looks at Wartburg and just with like the most tired look in his eyes, you'd really.
Dr. C seemed to believe that the general was going to try and not spill blood. That he wants him arrested, not dead.
I see. Well, Wolfgang, do you think that my proposed idea, the aperture, might still be useful in this instance?
Again, it's one of three paths. If you want any of them to succeed, you have to dedicate to it. If you go half measure on it, you'll be spread apart and be attacked in detail. Much like your security detail, which don't worry, they're fine. I managed to get them somewhere safe before they were led on a long walk off the high city. You could, Pend.
Because if we do that and ruins his reputation, then he gets arrested.
So, Pend, Efrix, you think I should just go and meet with him on his terms? No tricks?
I think we have our tricks set.
Very good.
I think it's too dangerous for you to try to trick him.
Very good. Well,
with his ability to access our minds, that's even with your crash course of training.
right.
We
That's
know
right.
he's not above hurting you to get what he wants.
Right.
And if you illuminate, you'd have to fight him mentally anyway.
And we've seen one person fail in that. And isn't it a long process? Abernathy said something about it.
Right.
There are ways that I can prepare him for it. I've had some success with it, but it's very dependent on his aspirating and his focus. If he doesn't believe in it and doesn't want to illuminate, which that's the sense I get off of him, his mind will resist the attempt. The mind does not embrace things that it does not want.
It's not for me.
It's a defense mechanism. If anything, it makes him hard. It makes him a more, no offense, it makes him more Ferengi-like in that regard. Ferengi are very private about their thoughts and have no need to extend out to others. So they have a wall stronger than anything, which has worked out for them, more or less.
Maybe you should focus on, when meeting him, inviting him into the Senate meeting.
Well then. It sounds like we have our plan. Pend, Efrix, Berg, my life is in your hands. And in my words.
I've done all that I can, Captain. I have my own subordinates to look out for.
Thank you for everything, then.
He walks by and leaves the courtyard. Vietless, Dirvat kind of looks at him and is like,
Long story. Really long story.
Yeah.
Well, we can talk about that later. For now, we should focus on what comes next.
So my understanding is you want to have this meeting first and then meet at the Senate? The emergency meeting was could be called to order in any moment. I mean, I can delay it for an hour. That's not too hard, but
No.
Well, I think the goal is to sway the Senate right at the midnight hour, so to speak.
convince him to come to the hall.
Hmm?
Convince him to come to the hall. If he's meeting you here, if there's a summons and there's the Senate, he will come in.
We may just meet him in the meeting itself.
Okay.
Yeah, it could throw a kink in that he won't know what to do with Bonsab.
Yes. Yeah. Sounds like the best shot we've got. Well, let's go meet him on the Senate floor, and there we waltz.
Vietless walks up the steps of the Senate to the golden pillared hall.
Yeah, I'll follow.
Shall I?
Efrix, run.
Yeah, fine.
Oh, no, I meant leave. Go back to leave them behind.
Oh, thought about being on our eyes on the outside, but I'm not a security officer.
And that will be the end of the episode.